Professor Margaret Kamau and Senator Crystal Asige, is a bill that senators are also set to resume debate this afternoon. Similarly, senators will be considering the Office of the County Interprinter Bill, the Agriculture and Livestock Extension Services, and the Tea Amendment Bill. This is Bill number 1 of the year 2023. A couple of motions are lined up for debate this afternoon. The state of mental health of police officers by nominated Senator Hamida Kibwana is one of such bills that senators will be considering this afternoon, as well as the compensation of the Kenyan victims of the 1998 bombing attack by Senator for Machakos County, Senator Agnes Kavindu. The record of the proceedings of the first ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the African Parliament held in Galaha Convention in Midrand, South Africa on the 23rd of October to the 12th of November 2022 is a motion that senators will be considering this afternoon, and this particular motion is by Senator Danson Mungatana. The business of the Senate is just about to commence any moment from now, and the senators will also be considering some of the clauses in the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill. This is a bill before the Senate this afternoon, and we expect senators to be making their contributions in regards to their proposals in the bill. A total of 4 reports from the Office of the Auditor General will be tabled by the Majority Leader, and these audit reports are audit reports from the Office of the Auditor General in regards to how the Bomet Municipality, Kiambu Water and Sewerage Company, the Githunguri Water and Sanitation Limited, as well as the Standing Committee on Matters Agriculture and Livestock. The audit reports are 4 in regards to how the County of Kiambu, the County of Narok, the County of Kiambu and Bomet utilized the funds allocated to them for the year ended June 2022. The Chairperson Standing Committee on Matters Agriculture and Livestock is set to table the report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on the Cotton Industry Development Bill. This is Senate Bills number 5 of the year 2023. Pursuant to Standing Orders of the House, Standing Orders number 53, subsection 1, the Senator for Kiambu County, Senator Karungu Wathangwa, will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Matters Labor and Social Welfare regarding the public institutions, stadiums, roads, and parks bearing names of former presidents and leaders. The business of the Senate is just about to commence. Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi, will be the one presiding over the business this afternoon. Allow me to hand you over for the live broadcast of these proceedings.
Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings us, your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek your guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes. Yes.
The quorum bell is currently on at the Senate this afternoon to allow some more time for senators within and outside Parliament to make their way into the chamber this afternoon. The quorum bell directive has been given by the Speaker, Honorable Amason Kingi, for 10 minutes, and this is to allow the House raise the requisite quorum to commence business this afternoon. As we await for senators who are yet to make their way into the chambers of the 13th Parliament this afternoon, allow me to take you through some of the statements that will be sought by senators pursuant to Standing Orders number 53, subsection 1. The Senator for Meru County, Senator Kathuri Murungi, will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on matters devolution and intergovernmental relations regarding the shutdown of the county assemblies across the countries. A Senator for Kisumu County, Senator Professor Tom Ojenda, will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Matters Land, Environment and Natural Resources regarding measures towards the attainment of the recommended healthy forest cover levels nationally. And the Speaker for the Senator for Embu County, Senator Alexander Mundigi, will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Matters Trade, Industrialization and Tourism concerning the safeguarding of the properties of Kagari South Coffee Farmers Cooperative Society in Embu County. The last statement will be sought by the Senator for Nandi County from the Standing Committee on Matters Finance and Budget concerning the review of salaries, benefits, and allowances for judges as well as magistrates.
Clerk, first order, please.
Hand you over so you can follow up on the proceedings developing from the chamber.
Number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages.
Honorable Senators, I wish to report to the Senate that the Clerk of the Senate, pursuant to Standing Order 48.3 and 5, received a message from the Clerk of our Sinigishu County Assembly. The message, dated Tuesday, 29th May 2023, communicates a resolution by the County Assembly to the effect that the County Assembly adopted the report of the Joint Committee on Lands and Physical Planning and Housing and Urban Development on the ad hoc committee report on the conferment of city status to the municipality of Eldoret, dated 23rd May 2023. Honorable Senators, with regard to application for conferment of city status, Section 8 of the Urban Areas and Cities Act 2021 provide as follows. 1. The Board of Municipality may, upon a resolution, apply to the County Executive Committee for consideration for the conferment of city status. 2. Where the Executive Committee approve the application, the County Governor shall constitute an ad hoc committee to consider the recommendation and advise as appropriate. 3. The ad hoc committee shall comprise of relevant professionals in good standing, nominated by the following institutions, taking account of regional, ethnic, and gender diversity and representation of persons with disability. A, the Institution of Surveyors of Kenya. B, the Kenya Institute of Planners. C, the Architectural Association of Kenya, the Law Society of Kenya, the Association of Urban Areas and Cities, the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, and the business community. Where the ad hoc committee under Section 2 determines the municipality under review meets the requisite criteria for classification as a city, the county governor shall transmit the recommendation to the county assembly for approval. Where the county assembly approves the recommendation for conferment of city status to municipality under this section, the clerk of the county assembly shall transmit the resolution to the Senate for consideration. Where the Senate approves the recommendation, the clerk of the Senate shall forward the resolution to the President for conferment of city status on the municipality. Honorable Senators, attached to the resolution of the County Assembly over a scenic issue is the ad hoc committee report on conferment of city status to the municipality of Eldoret as prepared by the Uasin Gishu County Executive. Now, Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 48.7, which states that when a message from a county assembly is reported, the message shall be deemed to have been laid before the Senate, and the Speaker may, A, direct that the message be dealt with forthwith, or B, appoint a day for the consideration of the message, or refer the message to the relevant committee of the Senate for consideration. Honorable Senators, in this regard, I refer the resolution by the Uasin Gishu County Assembly to the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations for consideration. I further direct that the committee expedites the matter and table its report for consideration by the Senate. I thank you.
Order number 4, petitions.
Honorable Senators, I hereby report to the Senate that a petition has been submitted through the clerk by Siani residents of Misambi sublocation in Nyamira County concerning the destruction of Siani wetland. As you are aware, under Article 1191 of the Constitution, and I quote, every person has a right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including enacting, amending, or repealing any legislation. Now, Honorable Senators, the silent issues raised in the said petition are as follows. 1, that Siani wetland is a community land situated in Misambi sublocation, Nyamira County. It is registered as a common grazing area under the Gusii County Council and is a major water catchment area in the region. It is also a source of several water springs, which are sources of fresh and clean, safe water for the community. That the water springs on the wetland come together to form Konyando water stream, which drains into Awadh River, whose waters are being used by the larger community, including schools and health facilities. However, the water sources have now been polluted, contaminated with waste material due to human activities, which poses a great risk to the health of the residents. That the degradation of the wetland is being carried out through activities of the Kenya Prison Service and a section of community members through cultivation and construction of structures. There is a primary school on the land. That the destruction of the wetland was brought to the attention of the National Environment Management Authority, NEMA, Water Resources Management Authority, WARMA, and the Ministry of Environment in 2010. Subsequently, NEMA gave orders for stoppage of construction of structures on the land and issued an environmental restoration order in the same year. That the Kenya Prison Service is currently carrying out renovation and completion of buildings on the wetland, despite the order issued by NEMA for stoppage of constructions. That the Kenya Prison Service has been on the wetland for 14 years, with the main activity being cultivation. This has led to loss of indigenous trees and the drying up of water springs. That the country is currently dealing with adverse effects of climate change. It is therefore not logical that there is deforestation and destruction of an environmentally sensitive riparian land like Siani wetland. That the petitioners have made all efforts to have this matter investigated and resolved by the relevant bodies whose responses have not been satisfactory. That none of the issues raised in this petition are pending before any court of law, constitutional, or any other legal body. That the petitioners therefore pray the Senate to do the following. 1, stop the destruction of the wetland and ensures that the ecosystem is conserved and preserved for future generations. 2, protects the wetland from being subdivided by the National Land Commission and the county government of Nyamira through clear and correct boundaries and beacons put in place. 3, directs NEMA to work with the community to restore the wetland and springs emanating from it to the original status through environmentally friendly activities. Now, Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 237, where I'm supposed to give time for senators to make comments or intervention, looking at the order paper of the day, which is fairly long, I'm afraid I may not be able to give that opportunity that is allowable to us under Standing Order 237. And instead, I will proceed in terms of Standing Order 238 to commit this particular petition to the Standing Committee on Land, Environment, and Natural Resources for its consideration. Now, in terms of Standing Order 238-2, the committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading this prayer to respond to the petitioners by way of a report addressed to the petitioners and laid on the table of the Senate. I thank you. Next order, clerk.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, the 13th of June, 2023. 1, report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the Bomet Municipality for the year ended 30th June, 2022. 2, report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Kiambu Water and Sewerage Services Company Limited for the year ended 30th June, 2022. And 3, report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the Githunguri Water and Sanitation Company Limited for the year ended 30th June 2023. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 13th June 2023, report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on the Cotton Industry Development Bill, Senate Bills number 5 of 2023.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statement pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. The Honorable Kathuri Murungi. That statement is dropped. The Honorable Professor Tom Ojenda. That statement is dropped. Professor, with that size, I absolutely have no excuse not to say you. Proceed.
Yes, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, today I stand here to, under Order 53-1, pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources regarding measures towards the attainment of the recommended healthy forest cover levels nationally, and more specifically in Kisumu County. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee should, 1, state the current forest cover levels in Kenya, and particularly Kisumu County, and whether the same meets the recommended healthy forest cover thresholds for both county and country. Secondly, outline the measures put in place by both the national government and the county government of Kisumu to enhance the forest cover of Kenya and Kisumu County towards attaining the recommended forest cover threshold. Thirdly, to explain the specific measures in place to integrate private and public real estate development and construction projects with the national and county obligations to attain the recommended forest cover threshold both nationally and in counties. And finally, to provide a report of the utilization of funds allocated by the national government and the county government of Kisumu towards attaining the recommended forest cover threshold. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Next, Senator Karungo. Yes. No, I'm afraid we are not going to invite comments on these statements owing to the business ahead. Senator Karungo, that particular statement is dropped. Senator Alexander Mundigi. Senator Mundigi.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise person to Standing Order 53-1 to check a statement from the Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization and Tourism on safeguarding the properties of coffee farmers, cooperative societies in Embu County from potential irregular disposal. In the statement, the committee should, 1, explain what the ministry is doing to safeguard properties, including land of coffee farmers, cooperative societies in Embu County from possible irregular disposal, particularly those of the Kagari South Coffee Farmers Cooperative Society. 2, outline any modern management practice the cooperative movement in Kenya has adapted to ensure greater participation of its members to enhance access to information about the management of their cooperatives and saving societies. Senator Mondigi, Embu County.
Senator Chiranke.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Request for statement on the review of salaries, benefits, and allowances for judges and magistrates in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise past 1 to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Committee on Finance and Budget on the review of salaries, benefits, and allowances for judges and magistrates by Salaries and Remuneration Commission, SRC. In the statement, the committee should, 1, state the reasons for the termination of taxable car allowance for the purchase of motor vehicles for the judges by the SRC. Number 2, state the rationale for the proposal to eliminate the non-practicing allowance, which is intended to compensate the judges and magistrates for forfeiting their legal practice. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, ascertain whether the review is within the principles of ensuring the judiciary can attract and retain the skills required to execute its function. And finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, provide information on the last time a lifestyle audit was conducted on the Commissioners of Salaries and Remuneration Commission, or SRC. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I will allow 4 comments, 2 from the government side and 2 from the opposition side. Senator Onyonka.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that I appreciate the issue that my brother and leader from the other side has raised in this House. The only thing I would like to make a request on, Mr. Speaker, is as you're rationalizing the amount of money that members of the judiciary are going to be given for having lost time in practicing in their offices and managing their other affair, which may not be at the High Court or the Supreme Court, I would want the committee to also rationalize the issue of the salaries of the doctors who do not practice in their clinics but are working for our county governments, and they are all complaining and saying how they are not able to meet their everyday needs. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I also would want the committee, as you're looking at the issue of the doctors and the nurses, we also look at the issues of how our members of the County Assembly, and I want to thank Honorable Chirarge for having brought that issue here, because it ain't well when you find that half of the members of the County Assembly have actually adjourned their assembly sine die to go and just wait out. The reality means it is going to look bad on the Senate, it is going to look bad on the government of the day, and it's going to look bad on everybody if we don't rationalize the salaries of Kenyans from top to bottom. Mr. Speaker, if it means you want to cut half the salaries of the presidency, half the salaries of the Senate, half the salaries of members of parliament, so be it. I think it's high time we began to tell each other the truth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Okanyuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to support the statement by the Kisumu Senator, Professor Ujenda. But by first also indicating that this government has actually prioritized the fight against the effects of climate change that we are seeing. And when you actually see what the Ministry of Environment is doing, there has been very many initiatives being put on the ground to encourage counties, academic institutions to embrace the issue of planting trees, so that away from protecting the environment, people can actually make money from this activity. So in as much as I support him raising this concern from his county, because I know it concerns very many other people, the young people from Kisumu would want to participate in some of these initiatives the government of Kenya Kwanza has put in place. I would urge that the members of this House also take a personal responsibility, as the President had called and requested, that we start championing this from the various areas we hail from, so that it's a national responsibility and not a government responsibility as government only. Mr. Speaker, why I'm saying this, we generally have a culture of people who think all their problems start and end with government. In countries like India, children as young as 9 years start planting seedlings from school and take that back home. If we embrace that in Kenya, it's actually going to engage most of the young people in productive activities, so that we shun away from the drug abuse we are talking about, We shun away from people committing suicide because they love better things to do. And for the honorable members in this house, they can start making money from the carbon credits we are talking about. So, Professor Ojenda, I support your statement, but I want to also remind you that this government has put so many measures to support the effects that we are suffering as a result of climate change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii, japokuwa alikuwa na hofu kwamba nimefanyiwa hujuma nisiweze kuzungumza, lakini nasikia kiongozi wa wengi akipeleka malalamiko kwa kamishna. Mheshimiwa Spika, swala la marupurupu ya majaji na mahakimu ni swala zito sana, kwa sababu hawa ndio watu ambao wameidhinishwa na katiba kujaribu kutatua mizozo katika nchi yetu. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ikiwa hawatalipwa malipo ya kisawasawa pamoja na marupurupu ambao wanatakana kupata, Mheshimiwa Spika, hali yetu ya kuamua haki itatatizika. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza ningependa kusema kwa majaji wengi wanafanya kazi nzuri sana katika nchi yetu, lakini vile vile pia kuna majaji ambao ni watepetevu na hawatekelezi majukumu yao kisawasawa. Tukiangalia Mheshimiwa Spika, japokuwa kuna mfumo mpya wa wao kupeleka hesabu zao, yani returns kila mwezi, tumeona kwamba imekuwa ni donda sugu katika sehemu hususan zile ambazo ziko nje ya mji wa Nairobi na miji mingine mikubwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia pia tumeona japokuwa mahakama ilikwenda kwa serikali wakati Kenya Kwanza ilipochukua mamlaka, wameweza kupelekwa pia katika mzunguko ambao haueleweki. Kila mwezi wanalia sasa kwa wananchi kwamba marupurupu yetu hatulipwi kwa wakati. Mheshimiwa Spika, hatuwezi kudharau kilio cha mahakama kwa sasa. Hatuwezi kudharau kabisa, kwa sababu mahakama ndio inafanya kazi kubwa kabisa kuamua kesi za watu binafsi na kesi za serikali. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, kulipwa kwa marupurupu haya kwa wakati ni jambo moja zuri sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, tutaona pia katika sehemu zingine huduma za mahakama zinadorora. Kwa mfano nikizungumzia Mombasa, kumejengwa jengo jipya pale ambao wanaita Justice Towers, lakini tukiangalia Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia jengo lile limejengwa kwa hali ambayo si ya kuridhisha. Majuzi, wiki iliyokwisha, tuliona baadhi ya dari zinaanguka, hivyo kuhatarisha maisha ya mahakimu na maafisa wengine ambao wanafanya katika mahakama zile. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, tungependa serikali iweze kuangalia kwa makini masuala ya majaji na mahakama zetu, kwa sababu ile ndiyo njia pekee ya kisasa na pia ya kistaarabu ya kuweza kutatua matatizo baina ya wananchi na serikali au baina ya wananchi kwa wananchi. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii.
Senator Cheriot.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for this chance. Mr. Speaker, I want to join the rest of my colleagues who are commenting on this statement by our colleague Senator Cherargei on SRC specifically. You'll recall, Mr. Speaker, that last week we had a similar conversation about members of our county assemblies. Today he has equally reminded us that SRC has done certain things which, from the tone and the mood of the question, Mr. Speaker, he finds either unjustified or would wish to understand it better. That is proper and in order, Mr. Speaker. However, I think the committee that you will task to handle this matter, Mr. Speaker, needs to give us a more global view, countrywide, on this conversation about SRC and the decisions that they have been taking lately, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, that by our continued request for them to come and explain to this House, Mr. Speaker, and we do this in public interest. Senator Cherargei and the rest of us that support the statements that he brings it, do it from the perspective of a representative of the people. And part of the people that we represent includes judges and magistrates, include members of a county assembly, includes ordinary citizens, Mr. Speaker. Be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, you know also that SRC is a constitutional commission that works independently, but also looks at all matters that have been presented before it with a view of what is in the best interest of a country. A good starting point, Mr. Speaker, is for them to give the rationalization, actually, Mr. Speaker, of, number one, why they have taken these decisions with regards to one, MCAs, as was the case last week, and today with regards to members of the judiciary, Mr. Speaker. Having presented to this House the justification, Mr. Speaker, it will be in order, again, for them to justify now before us and say whether their decisions actually are in good faith and whether they violate any principles of fairness and equity in remuneration of public officers, Mr. Speaker, because we know SRC deals with the matter of remuneration for all public servants. Anybody that earns from the public kitty, Mr. Speaker, is under the purview and the control of SRC, Mr. Speaker. One of the decisions that needs to come out of this exercise, once we are done, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the members of the Labour Committee, if I'm not mistaken, that this you shall direct to the Labour Committee, Mr. Speaker, is for them to explain to us what is this disparity that we hear between people who earn differently in the public sector, Mr. Speaker. We hear there are public servants who earn exceptionally well and those that earn really, really poorly, Mr. Speaker. And what is the plan and their justification for each of these cadres, Mr. Speaker? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it will also be equally important for us and for this House, on behalf of the people of Kenya, to be satisfied that this exercise that SRC is undertaking, number one, will not undermine the principles of good governance. Number two, the principle of attracting the best of talent to public service, Mr. Speaker. Because if we are not careful, Mr. Speaker, and we continue to imagine that because we find ourselves in a difficult fiscal position as a country, that the only solution is actually reducing on the earnings, Mr. Speaker, of those that are in offices, then people will move to the private sector or even change careers. Mr. Speaker, you know that brain drain is an alive situation in our country. Some of our best professors, some of our best doctors are switching careers from the public service because of such decisions. I would rather, Mr. Speaker, that instead actually of continuously reducing on the earnings of public servants, there's a limitation on the number each institution can take. Mr. Speaker, there are institutions that are powerful. Parliament is one such institution. And I say this with a fact, having served as chair for staff welfare for 5 years, Mr. Speaker, that I know that us as an institution are one of the institutions that perhaps need to be brought under control. Same can be said for judiciary. And the worst offender of this principle, of course, Mr. Speaker, is the executive, Mr. Speaker, because as we speak today, you cannot pinpoint and state the exact number of Kenyans actually that earn from the public kitty. Number two, of those public servants, Mr. Speaker, what plan does SRC have and this is my final point because I don't intend to be long at this, Mr. Speaker, because it's a question which I believe Labour Committee or the committee with which you'll charge to handle this matter, Mr. Speaker, needs to report back to us. What is the eventual decision on the huge way bill that we continue to incur as a country? Is it just a matter of continuous reduction of salaries, or do they foresee a strategy where they can cap employment, just like they've done for county assemblies? This practice of SRC, Mr. Speaker, of curbing only those institutions that perhaps don't have a recourse or don't have a platform such as Parliament, and leaving others that they fear, Mr. Speaker, must come to a stop. What is the justification of telling county assemblies you can't employ beyond 80, beyond 100, and leaving, say, for example, Parliament without an upper ceiling? Leaving the executive and the various institutions, the various sagas and parastatals, without guiding them on the exact number of people that they can employ, Mr. Speaker. If they want to regulate, let them regulate, but the principle of equity and fairness must not only be done, Mr. Speaker, but must equally be seen to be done. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this chance.
Next order, clerk. Before the clerk calls the next order, Honorable Senators, I have a communication to make. In the public gallery, we have 30 students, accompanied by 2 teachers from Kiamugumu Girls High School in Kirinyaga County, who are in the Senate on an education tour. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I wish them a fruitful visit. I will allow Senator Methu to, under 1 minute, to just say a word of welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for allowing me to welcome the students from Kirinyaga. Kirinyaga is county number 019, Nyandarua is county number 018. So they are very good neighbors. I want to welcome them on behalf of their senator, the senator for Kirinyaga, Honorable Kamau Murango, and wish them a fruitful visit as they are here for the academic learning. I would want to encourage them in under 1 minute that the sky is the limit. They can go all the way up. We have very good ladies of substance in this house, and it then tells them that women can go and can have broken the glass ceiling. They can become whatever they intend to become, so long as they put a lot of effort in school, and they will be able to excel. I would want to stop there, Mr. Speaker. I'm being intimidated badly by the senator for Nairobi, because he is really admiring the tie that I'm putting on. It's quite an expensive bit of cloth work.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 8, the Employment Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 11 of 2022, Division, second reading. Order number 9, the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bills number 16 of 2023, second reading, Division.
Sergeant at Arms, kindly proceed to call the division bell for 1 minute. Sergeant at Arms, kindly close the door and draw the bar. Senator Eddy, and Senator of Laikipia, Senator Commissioner. Honorable Senators are now to put the question. That is the Employment Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 11 of 2022, be now read a second time. I will also proceed to, because we're going to do division for the two bills, I'll also proceed to put the question on the second division, which is that the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bills number 16 of 2023 be now read a second time. Now, Honorable Senators, proceed to log out. Proceed to log out, please. And Sergeant at Arms, Sergeant at Arms, collect all the cards remaining in the delegates unit. All the cards that still are in the delegate unit, Sergeant at Arms, kindly collect them. Clerk, I hope the system is working. Now, Honorable Senators, I'm informed, painfully so, that the electronic system is not working, and therefore we will proceed to vote manually. That is for another day, but for purposes of this division, we will move manually. So you may just log in your what is your point of order? Senator Boni, I will allow you to make an intervention, not necessarily a point of order, because at this juncture you may not rise on a point of order.
For number 1, number 9, I vote yes. Number 10, I vote yes. Number 11, I vote yes. It'll be faster, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Proceed to the table. Clerk, now proceed to call the names and conduct the voting. So as agreed, when your name is called upon, you vote for the two bills. So you say number 8, I vote this, and number 9, you proceed to vote to save on time.
Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed, Wajir County. Senator Aidan Dulo Fatuma, Isiolo County. Senator Boy Issa Juma, Kwale County. Senator Cherarkey Samson, Nandi County.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Nandi, I vote yes for the 4. Thank you. Or for the 2. Thank you.
Senator Cheruiyot Aaron, Kericho County.
Let's avoid speeches, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes for orders 8 and 9.
Senator Chesang Alan Kiprotich, Trans-Nzoia County. Senator Chute Mohammed Said, Marsabit County. Senator Ekomo Lomenel, Turkana County.
I vote yes for 8, and I vote yes for 9.
And Senator for Turkana. You are out of order. You're supposed to bow before crossing on the other side. So you'll get your caution for the day. Proceed to take your seat.
Senator Haji Abdul Mohammed, Garissa County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for the 2.
Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County.
Which one works? Mr. Speaker, I vote yes. For both.
Senator Kamau Joseph Githuku, Lamu County. Senator Katuri Murungi, Meru County. Senator Keroche Tabitha Karanja, Nakuru County. Senator Halwale Boni, Kakamega County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on order number 8, I vote yes. Order number 9, I vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kipkoror William Cheptumo, Baringo County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for 8 and yes for 9.
Senator Kisang William Kipkemoi, Elgeyo Marakwet County.
The Honorable Speaker, I vote yes for order number 8 and then yes for order number 9. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Lelekwe Stephen Tubesi, Samburu County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes for order number 8 and 9.
Senator Maanzo Daniel Kitonga, Makueni County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote both of them yes.
Senator Mazayo Stewart Mwachiru, Kilifi County. Senator Mandago Jackson Kiplagat, Uasin Gishu County. Senator Matthew John Muhia, Nyandarua County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for both.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. Senator Mundigi Alexander Munyi, Embu County.
Embu County vote yes for both.
Senator Mungatana Danson, Tana River County.
Mr. Speaker, for 8 I vote yes, for 9 I vote yes. Thank you.
Senator Murango James Kamau, Kirinyaga County. Senator Muthama Agnes Kavindu, Machakos County. Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwashushe, Taita Taveta County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for Order 8 and yes for Order 9.
Senator Mwenda Gataya Mofaya, Tharaka Nithi County. Senator Munyihaji Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes for Order 8 and yes for Order 9. Thank you.
Senator Nderitu John Kinywa, Laikipia County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for Order 8 and 9.
Senator Joe Nyutu, Muranga County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes to both 8 and 9.
Senator Ojienda Odhiambo Tom, Kisumu County. Senator Oginga Oburu, Siaya County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes for both Order 8 and 9.
Senator Okech Edi Gisheru, Migori County.
Mr. Speaker, Migori votes yes for both orders.
Senator Okoiti Andrew Omtata, Busia County. Senator Olekine Ledama, Narok County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for Order number 8 and I vote yes for Order number 9.
Senator Onyonka Richard, Kisii County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for 8 and yes for 9 for the great people of Kisii County.
Senator Osoti Godfrey, Vihiga County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for both.
Senator Recha Julius Murgor, West Pokot County. Senator Robert Ali Ibrahim, Mandera County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes for Order number 8 and yes for Order number 9.
Senator Seki Lenko Olekanar, Kajiado County.
I vote yes for both orders. Thank you.
Senator Sifuna Edwin Motenya, Nairobi County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes to both bills.
Senator Thangwa Paul Karungo, Kiambu County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for both bills.
Senator Wafula David Wakoli, Bungoma County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes for both bills. Thank you.
Senator Hillary Wakili Kiprotich Sigei, Bomet County. Senator Wamatinga Wahome, Nyeri County. Senator Wambua Enokiio, Kitui County.
Mr. Speaker, for Order number 8, I vote yes, and I vote yes for Order number 9.
Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed, Wajir County. Senator Aidan Dulod Fatuma, Isiolo County. Senator Boy Issa Juma, Kwale County. Senator Chesang Alan Kiprotich, Trans Nzoia County. Senator Chute Mohammed Said, Marsabit County. Senator Kamau Joseph Githuku, Lamu County. Senator Katuri Murungi, Meru County. Senator Keroche Tabitha Karanja, Nakuru County. Senator Madzayo Stewart Mwachiru, Kilifi County. Senator Mandago Jackson Kiplagat, Uasin Gishu County. Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. Senator Murango James Kamau, Kirinyaga County. Senator Muthama Agnes Kavindu, Machakos County. Senator Mwenda Gataya Mofaya, Tharaka Nithi County. Senator Ojenda Odhiambo Tom, Kisumu County. Senator Okuiti Andrew Omtata, Busia County. Senator Recha Julius Murgor, West Pokot County. Senator Wakili Hilary Sigei, Bomet County. Senator Wamatinga Wahome, Nyeri County.
Honorable Senators, the results of the division on Order 8, that is the Employment Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 11 of 2022 are as follows. Ayes at 28, noes at 0, abstentions at 0. So the ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Employment Act to provide for the right to disconnect, the right of employees to have their personal time and privacy respected, and for connected purposes.
The results, the division results on the county allocation of revenue bills, bills number 16 of 2023 are as follows. The ayes at 28, noes at 0, abstentions at 0. So the ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the equitable allocation of revenue raised nationally among the county governments for the 2023-2024 financial year, the responsibilities of national and county governments pursuant to such allocation, and for connected purposes.
Now, honorable members, as I ask the Sergeant at Arms to open the door and withdraw the bar, you will notice from the order paper that the following two orders actually will be prosecuted during the committee of the whole. So please do not leave the chamber so that we also dispense with these two orders, that is 10 and 11. Sergeant at Arms, proceed to open the door and withdraw the bar. Next order, clerk.
Order number 10, Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 5 of 2022, Committee of the Whole.
Honorable Senators, which is the motion? Where's the motion? The title. Honorable Senators, we should be going straight to division for the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment. Order, Senators. Senators, order. Order, Senators. Majority Leader. Method. Order. Honorable Senators, we should be going through to, straight to division for the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 5 of 2022. So I would request Senators to remain seated so that we can go ahead and vote on this motion. Should I say next one?
Yes. No.
Are we closing the bar? Yes.
Let's ring the bell for...
Sergeant at Arms, can we ring the bell?
For 5 minutes.
Sergeant at Arms, can we ring the bell for 3 minutes?
Just to ascertain that we have...
5 minutes is...
The House is now considering 2 bills under the Committee of the Whole. Under the Committee of the Whole, which will just commence direct into the division, Senators are set to consider the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill, Bill number 5 of the year 2022. And after consideration of that particular bill, the Senators will then also vote on the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill. This is Senate Bills number 6 of the year 2022. These 2 bills are by Senator Danson Mungatana. In the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill, the bill in Clause 2 seeks to have the bill amended by inserting the word Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Act, therein after referred to as at the beginning of the introductory clause. The bill is also seeking to delete Section 23A and substituting therefore with a new section. And in this part, the responsible officer is supposed to mean the Cabinet Secretary, a county governor, or the chairperson of a commission established under the Constitution. Other persons to be specified under Clause 23 in the Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill is the Auditor General, the Control of Budget, the chairperson, and the accounting officer of a corporate body, as well as the public officers to whom a resolution or a report of the House or a committee of Parliament is submitted to in accordance with the Act.
Draw the bars. Senators, honorable senators, we seem to still have a problem with the electronic system of voting. We shall therefore go back to manual voting, roll call. And we seem to have 3, yeah? We seem to have 3 questions in the committee. Should we combine the 3 and vote once? Okay, so that's how we shall do it. Can we get the tellers for the ayes and nays? Whips? Okay, tellers, I think we have Senator Hezena for the nays and Senator Miraj for the ayes. Okay? Senators, we can proceed. I put the question that new clause, senators, Charargay, order please. I put the question that new clause 3A be now read a second time. I put the question that clause 2 and 4 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 2 as amended, clause 3, clause 4 as amended, new clause 3A, the title, and clause 1 be part of the bill. We shall proceed to vote for all 3. Senators to call out all 3 when called at the roll call. Clerk.
Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed, Wajir County.
Honorable Speaker, I vote yes for all the 3.
Senator Edan Dulo Fatuma, Isiolo County. Senator Boy Issa Juma, Kwale County. Senator Cherarkei Samson, Nandi County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Cheruyot Aaron, Kericho County.
Yes to all the 3 clauses.
Senator Chesang Alan Kiprotich, Trans Nzoia County. Senator Chute Mohammed Said, Marsabit County.
Speaker, yes for the 3.
Senator Okomwa James Lomenen, Turkana County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for the 3 clauses.
Senator Haji Abdul Mohammed, Garissa County.
I vote yes for all the 3.
Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes on all the 3.
Senator Kamau Joseph Githuku, Lamu County. Senator Kathuri Murungi, Meru County. Senator Keroche Tabitha Karanja, Nakuru County. Senator Khalwale Boni, Kakamega County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote yes for all the three clauses.
Senator Kiror William Cheptumo, Baringo County. Senator Kisang William Kipkemoi, Elgeyo Marakwet County.
Honorable Chair, I vote yes for all the three clauses.
Senator Lelegwe Tumbesi, Samburu County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for the three clauses.
Senator Maanzo Daniel Kitonga, Makueni County.
Used to this. I vote yes for the three questions.
Senator Madzayo Stewart Machiru, Kilifi County. Senator Mandago Japson Kiplagat, Uasin Gishu County. Senator Matthew John Muhia, Nyandaro County.
Mr. Chairman, I vote yes for the three. Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for the three.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. Senator Mundigi Alexander Munyi, Embu County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for all three.
Senator Mungatana Danson Buya, Tana River County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for the three.
Senator Murango James Kamau, Kirinyaga County. Senator Muthama Agnes Kavindu, Machakos County. Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwashushe, Taita Taveta County.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I vote yes for the three.
Senator Mwenda Gataya Mofaya, Tharaka Nithi County. Senator Munyihaji Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County.
Chair, I vote yes for the three bills.
County.
Chairman, I vote yes for the three clauses.
Senator John Nyutu, Muranga County.
Chair, I vote yes for the three.
Senator Ojienda Odhiambo Tom, Kisumu County. Senator Oginga Oburu, Siaya County.
Mr. Chairman, I vote yes for all the three clauses.
Senator Okech Eddie Gicheru, Migori County.
Chair, Chair Migori votes yes.
Senator
For all the three.
Senator Okoiti Andrew Omtata, Busia County.
I vote yes to all the three.
Senator Ledama Olekina, Narok County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for the three clauses.
Senator Onyonka Richard, Kisii County.
Ndugu mwenyekiti, nimependa kukubaliana kuwa nakubaliana na vipengee vyote vitatu. Shukran. Asante mwenyekiti.
Senator Osoti Godfrey Atieno, Vihiga County.
Mr. Chair, I vote yes in three cases.
Senator Recha Julius Murgo, West Pokot County. Senator Ali Roba Ibrahim, Mandera County.
Mr. Chairman, I vote yes for all the three clauses.
Senator Seki Lenku Olekanar, Kajedo County.
Chair, I vote yes for the three clauses. Thank you.
Senator Sifuna Edwin Watenya, Nairobi County.
Mr. Chairman, I vote yes for the 3 clauses.
Senator Thangwa Paul Karungo, Kiambu County.
I vote yes for the 3 clauses.
Senator Wafula David Wakoli, Bungoma County.
I vote yes for the 3 clauses.
Senator Wakili Hillary Kiprotich Sigei, Bomet County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote yes for the 3 clauses.
Senator Wamatinga Wahome, Nyeri County. Senator Wambua Enokiyo, Kitui County.
Chairman, for the 3 clauses, I vote yes.
We'll just give for the benefit of that. The others, we'll just repeat.
Senator Adandulo Fatuma, Isiolo County. Senator Boy Isa Juma, Kwale County. Senator Chesang Alan Kiprotich, Trans Nzoia County. Senator Kamau Joseph Githuku, Lamu County. Senator Kathuri Murungi, Meru County. Senator Keroche Tabitha Karanja, Nakuru County. Senator Kipkoror William Cheptumo, Baringo County. Senator Mazayo Stewart Mwachiru, Kilifi County. Senator Mandago Jackson Kiplagat, Uasin Gishu County. Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. Senator Murango James Kamau, Kirinyaga County. Senator Muthama Agnes Kavindu, Machakos County. Senator Mwenda Gataya Mofaya, Tharaka Nithi County. Senator Ojienda Odhiambo Tom, Kisumu County. Senator Recha Julius Murgor, West Pokot County. Senator Wamatinga Wahome, Nyeri County.
Honorable Senators, this is the results after division. Ayes 31, noes 0, abstentions 0. The ayes have it. I call upon the mover.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the Senate its considerations of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 5 of 2022, and its approval thereof with amendments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 5 of 2022, and its approvals thereof with amendments. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Honorable Senators, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Senators, I want to request that you don't leave the chamber because we are going to the third reading and we'll still require you to vote. I would like to now call upon the chairman of the Committee of the Whole to report to the House. I call upon the Sergeant at Arms to withdraw the bar and open.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 5 of 2022, and its approvals thereof with amendments.
The mover, Honorable Senator Mungatana.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report, and I call the Honorable Senator Boni Khalwale to second.
Honorable Speaker, I second the motion as moved by the mover.
Honorable Senators, I now wish to propose the adoption of the report, and I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable Senators, I now put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. And as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now call upon the mover as well, Senator Mungatana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 5 of 2022, be now read a third time, and I call upon the Honorable Boni Khalwale to second that motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I second the motion as moved by the mover. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 5 of 2022, be now read a third time. And I put the question that the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 5 of 2022, be now read a third time. Division. Sergeant at Arms, could you please ring the division bell for 3 minutes?
The quorum bell is currently on at the Senate. This is after the House considered the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill under the Committee of the Whole. And the outcome of that vote, that saw 28 senators vote in favor of the bill, with 0 abstentions and 0 voting no. The outcome has been reported to the Speaker, and now the bill proceeds at the third stage. Under the Committee of the Whole, the House has also considered the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, Senate Bills number 6 of the year 2022. Wakili Hilary Sigei, currently presiding over the business of the Senate this afternoon, is addressing the chambers. Let's now listen into the developments coming from the Senate this afternoon.
Honorable members, we are now going to proceed for the roll call voting, and I would like the clerks for the nays and ayes to approach the table. The tellers, sorry, to approach the table. Majority Leader, the majority kindly give us a teller as well as the minority to approach the table. We proceed for roll call voting. Senator Miraj, who else from this side? Senator Lemaletian, could you approach the table as a teller? Now we have got the tellers. The clerk, could you go ahead and call out the names?
Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed, Wajir County. Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Adan Dulo Fatuma, Isiolo County. Senator Boy Isa Juma, Kwale County.
You are voting for how many?
I vote up next. Next to Mihaji.
I vote yes.
Senator Cherargei Samson, Nandi County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Cheriot Aaron Kirui, Kericho County.
I vote yes.
Senator Chesang Alan Kiprotich, Trans Nzoia County. Senator Chute Mohammed Said, Marsabit County.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Ekomwa James Lomenen, Turkana County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Haji Abdul Mohammed, Garissa County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kamau Joseph Kithuku, Lamu County. Senator Kadhuri Murungi, Meru County. Senator Keroche Tabitha Karanja, Nakuru County. Senator Boni Halwale, Kakamega County.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Senator Kipkorir William Cheptumo, Baringo County. Senator Kisang William Kipkemoi, Elgeyo Marakwet County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Lelegwe Steve Lumbesi, Samburu County. Senator Manzo Daniel Kitonga, Makueni County.
I vote yes.
Senator Madzayo Stewart Mwachiru, Kilifi County. Senator Mandago Jackson Kiplangat, Uasin Gishu County. Senator Methu John Muhia, Nyandarua County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. Senator Mundigi Alexander Munyi, Embu County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Senator Mungatana Danson Buya, Tana River County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Murango James Kamau, Kirinyaga County. Senator Mudhama Agnes Kavindu, Machakos County. Senator Maruma Jones Mwashushe, Taita Taveta County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mwenda Gataya Mofaya, Tharaka Nithi County. Senator Munyihaji Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Senator Nderito John Kinywa, Laikipia County. Senator Ngugi Joseph Nyutu, Muranga County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Ojenda Odhiambo Tom, Kisumu County. Senator Oginga Oburu, Siaya County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Senator Okech Eddie Gisheru, Migori County. Senator Okoiti Andrew Omtata, Busia County.
I vote yes.
Senator Olekina Ledama, Narok County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Onyonka Richard Momoima, Kisii County.
Hello. Ndugu Spika, ningependa kukubaliana na vile vipengee vitatu ambazo unapigwa kura hapa. Jibu ni ndio. Ni moja, asante. Kwa hiyo moja, asante sana. Lazima tuhakikishe hizo mashine zimefanya kazi, shida ndio hiyo.
Senator Osotsi Godfrey Atieno, Vihiga County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Recha Julius Murgo, West Pokot County. Senator Roba Ali Ibrahim, Mandera County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Seki Lenku Olekanar, Kajiado County.
Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Sifuna Edwin Watenya, Nairobi County.
Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Thangwa Paul Karungo, Kiambu County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Wafula David Wakoli, Bungoma County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Wakili Hilary Kiprotich, Sigei, Bomet County.
I vote yes.
Senator Wamatinga Wahome, Nyeri County. Senator Wambua Enokio, Kitui County.
I vote yes.
Okay. Senator Adan Dulo Fatuma, Isiolo County. Senator Chesang Alan Kiprotich, Trans Nzoia County. Senator Kamau Joseph Githuku, Lamu County. Senator Kadhuri Murungi, Meru County. Senator Keroche Tabitha Karanja, Nakuru County. Senator Kipkorir William Cheptumo, Baringo County. Senator Lelegwe Steve Lumbesi, Samburu County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Senator Madzeo Stewart Mwachiru, Kilifi County. Senator Mandago Jackson Kiplangat, Uasin Gishu County. Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. Senator Murango James Kamau, Kirinyaga County. Senator Mudhama Agnes Kavindu, Machakos County. Senator Mwenda Gataya Mofaya, Tharaka Nithi County. Senator Nderito John Kinyua, Laikipia County. Senator Ojienda Odhiambo Tom, Kisumu County. Senator Okech Eddie Gisheru, Migori County. Senator Recha Julius Murgo, West Pokot County. Senator Wamatinga Wahome, Nyeri County.
Honorable Senators, we now have the results of the division. Total vote 30, nays 0, abstention 0, ayes 30, and the ayes have it.
An Act of Parliament to amend the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act to provide a structured mechanism through which Parliament is able to receive reports from public officers on the resolutions passed by Parliament and for connected purposes.
Honorable Senators, Sergeant at Arms, you may now draw the bar and open the door. Members, we are under order number 11, and we are deferring it to allow for further consultations. Clerk, call the next order.
Order number 12, the Learners with Disabilities Bill, Senate Bills number 4 of 2023, second reading.
Senator Professor Kamar, you may now proceed to move. You have got a balance of 40 minutes. May I take the floor? Yes, 40 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to complete the moving of this bill. Mr. Speaker, honorable members will remember that when I started moving this bill, I mentioned that the purpose of the bill is to create a legal framework for the use of sign language in judicial proceedings, schools, and public institutions, and to ensure that deaf... Sorry, Chair. Sorry. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I was reminding members that when I moved the bill, I did mention that the purpose of this Learners with Disabilities Bill is meant to unlock Article 53 of the Constitution, which is the right of free and compulsory education. Mr. Speaker, this bill is meant to provide a legal framework to ensure the actualization of the right to basic education for all learners. And in particular, we are looking at the learners with disabilities who require a certain level of support and who require to be assisted to be able to enjoy the the rights that other children have. In fact, Article 53, Mr. Speaker, looks at the rights of children, and in the rights of children, education is only one of them. The right to proper health is another one. The right to access to food, both in quality and quantity, is one of them. And this bill is trying to bring all of them so that the learners with disabilities can actualize their dream of being educated and developing towards the professions that they would like to do. Mr. Speaker, time when I stopped, I had read Article 12, which was the admission of learners. 12 of the admission, learners with disabilities require a different way of being admitted, and one of those is that the learners should be assessed continuously. And that is very important because these children sometimes are slow learners, while others are actually very fast learners. So it is very important that we distinguish the different disabilities so that we are able to assist them to go to the right level of education. We also are proposing that an aptitude test will be administered, personality tests also, and also an entrance exam if there is need to. And this is very important because honorable members will remember that when you are in your counties, you find that some parents, because of inability to take these children to school, have kept children in homes for far too long. So we have children who are overage, we have children who are even 15 years but have never been to school. So it is very important that admission of such learners is looked at differently so that we ensure that they get the education that they deserve. Mr. Speaker, it is also important that we do an assessment by a licensed medical practitioner, and that's what we are proposing from the bill. And of course, we always have our educational assessment centers. The introduction of a licensed medical practitioner, Mr. Speaker, is because we sometimes have what we call the multiple disabilities. And multiple disabilities require that you actually facilitate a person to such a child in both or in different disabilities. Mr. Speaker, clause 13 is on the board of management, and we say that a board of management shall be established for any school that is called a special school, and the board of management of an educational institution for learners with disabilities must have one person elected from amongst parents of learners in the institution. That is learners with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, I have been personally to schools, special schools, and it is amazing that sometimes you go to a school and you find that in the board, they don't even have one parent from amongst those whose children are disabled, especially in the integrated schools. So we are putting that clause so that even in a school that is integrated, where we find learners with disabilities integrated with the other children, they must have a right as parents to have a child. The other clause that is extremely important in the membership is one representative of non-teaching members of staff. This is new because in the other boards under the Basic Education Act, you don't find non-teaching members of staff in the institution being members of the board. This is very important in this special category of schools because we are proposing in other sections that we should have nurses and physiotherapists in the same schools. So it is very important that a member who is in touch with the children without necessarily being a teacher be a member there. And this is very essential because these children require other attention, and you can only understand it from the non-teaching staff who are handling them and taking care of them. 2 members of this board are also expected to have experience in matters relating to special needs education and social work. And those are the ones that we have said the county government can nominate. It is very important also that you have people who are very sensitive to the needs of these children, and that's why we want to have special needs education practitioners or people who have been involved with that. The others are the standard nominations, Mr. Speaker. The functions of this board, Mr. Speaker, will be to identify the needs of learners in the institution and the resources necessary to ensure that they receive the appropriate and quality education, like all children. Also, it is one of their functions is to secure the resources required by a learner in the institution. So this board is going to do more to ensure that they facilitate, because this bill is looking for facilitation in the institution of learning to make sure that the children can access education in the proper state that is required for them to enjoy learning. They are also required to ensure that where a learner with special needs is being educated in the educational institution, such education is compatible with the learners receiving education which their learners, which their learning difficulty calls for, and also that in the institution there is provision for quality education for the learners with whom they will be educated along with, as well as the efficient use of resources. Those are the roles that we are giving the board. So this is a board that must be committed and a board that must be selected.
Honorable members, Senator,
Mr. Speaker, please
Senator, let
for my
us
colleague.
allow Honorable Senator Kamar to move her motion in silence. If you are consulting, kindly do so in low tones.
Thank you, Mr.
Proceed,
Speaker.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 15 is talking about the establishment of a parents' association. Mr. Speaker, every institution shall establish an association for parents and guardians, in this case of learners with disabilities. And a parents' association shall assist the board of management of an education institution in the performance of its functions, and shall in particular advise the board on matters relating to the welfare of the learners and staff at the institution. This is very important because some of the issues of a child in an institution of this kind, Mr. Speaker, a learner with disability, has welfare issues also. And that's why we are saying we have also provided that we have people who will do care within the institution itself. The Parents Association also will help in creating a more positive approach in parent-child-teacher relationship. This is extremely important. As we said, we are in a transition stage currently, where from 2010, when we had the new constitution, we have been able to talk more openly about our special children, children with disabilities, and we are trying to encourage parents to make sure that they actually allow the children to go to school. And so there is need for an interaction between the Parents Association and the teachers. The responsibilities of the county education boards. Mr. Speaker, where a county education board is satisfied that the resources or facilities required for delivery of education to learners with disabilities are not available in an education institution in the respective county, the board may arrange for the provision of that special education provision after consultation with parents. And this is a role that is very important for the county education board. We have said that we are going to have an institutional board, but the county education board must facilitate, because this is a program that the government must fulfill according to the rights that are enlisted in the Bill of Rights for the children. Mr. Speaker, Clause 17 is talking about facilities in institutions providing for special needs education. A person, authority, or institution exercising functions under this Act in respect of learners with disability must plan, locate, design, construct, equip, maintain, and keep under review facilities intended to be used by learners with disabilities with due regard to the special capabilities, disabilities, and requirements of such learners. This is a very, very important thing, Mr. Speaker. We must facilitate within the institution. That's one core thing of this bill, that the institutions must be accessible for the children. The children must get reading materials in the manner that they will be able to utilize for their learning. And this is a very key thing in this bill. The Cabinet Secretary shall, in addition to the requirements under what I've just read, prescribe architectural and other building standards required to be met in the construction of education facilities. Mr. Speaker, it took a very long time for Kenyans to have ramps for anybody with a wheelchair. And you look at it and you tell yourself, a lot of schools almost made it almost impossible for any child with disability, any child who is not able to walk to get to the classroom. And we are saying that the Cabinet Secretary in charge must provide for that. I know it has started. The beginning, in fact, in this Parliament itself, Mr. Speaker, was just an outcome of an accident of a member who got an accident, and that's when we realized that even Parliament did not have a ramp. And that was the beginning. So I think we are in a learning stage, we are in a transition stage, we must provide for that, and that's why this bill is supposed to ensure that the Cabinet Secretary facilitates to ensure that all buildings can be accessed by everybody.
Senator,
that is access. And then when it comes to quality, we will also be looking at that.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Professor Kamar, I want you to take your seat. The chair has got communication to make. Honorable members, communication from the chair on visiting teachers and pupils from St. Peter's Sangalo Central Mixed Primary School in Nandi County. Honorable Senators, in the public gallery, we have 99 pupils accompanied by 12 teachers from St. Peter's Sangalo Central Mixed Primary School in Nandi County, who are in the Senate on an educational tour. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. I will ask the Honorable Senator from Nandi, Senator Cherargei, to also comment for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulgence of welcoming the pupils from my county, that is Sangalo. Sangalo, Mr. Speaker, is in Mosab sub-county in Nandi County. I wish on your own accord and on behalf of the great people of Nandi and the Senate to welcome our pupils from Sangalo Academy, and I hope, Mr. Speaker, as they learn about the Parliament and how its operations, it will enrich their learning as they go back to their schools. So, Speaker, we are proud of what they are doing as leaders, as colleagues, and I know Sangalo is one of the best performing schools in Nandi County. Mr. Speaker, the learning is continuous, and I hope they have seen how Senate looks like. They have had the privilege of seeing their senator, and I would have wished they would have been around when I'm in action, but I know through social media and the videos they share, they know the salt and the worthiness of their senator, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, finally, is that even as we welcome them, is to call upon government to fast track on the issue of resolving the CBC issue, the CBC curriculum-based curriculum, the recommendations that have been given to the President by the committee. So, Speaker, we hope the issue of CBC and curricula will be resolved so that our young peoples and young students can have opportunity to grow and learn within the environment. To the students, please be disciplined, be focused. You are where we were. And we want one day for you to come and sit in this house as the future leaders, the future lawyers, the future engineers. But the only way to achieve that is to work smart, be disciplined, be God-fearing, respect your teachers and parents, and remain steadfast to your dreams and what you endeavor to do. And you will go very far. So we are proud of you. As you go back, please continue working hard. We want to see good results from your school. We want you not only to lead in Nandi, not to lead in North Rift. We want you to lead in Kenya. You think locally, but act globally. All the best. Later, I will try and take a photo with you, and maybe courtesy of you, Speaker, we can have a cup of tea. Thank you very much, and karibuni sana. Asante, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Cherogea. You make sure that you honor the commitment that you've just made in the floor of the House. Senator Professor Kamari, you may assume you have your time. We had put on hold your time, so you have not lost much, and thank you for indulging them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was going to close number 18. Clause number 18 is the provisions of special needs education outside of an education institution that where the CS or county education board is satisfied that an education institution is not appropriate for a learner, then a provision be done to make sure that it is well established, set for the use by special education learners. And then clause 19 is the conduct of special needs education service providers. Mr. Speaker, it shall be the responsibility of the Special Needs Education Advisory Board which has to establish and maintain a register of special service providers qualified to provide services to learners with disabilities. This one is very important, Mr. Speaker, because there is always fear that somebody sets up an education institution in the name of special needs and then takes advantage of the students, maybe through donors and whatever. So here we are providing, we have made a provision that the conduct of special education must be approved by a board. And there's a board that has been established by this bill, the Special Needs Education Advisory Board, that will be advising the CS of Education. Mr. Speaker, in Part 4, identification and assessment of children with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, the register of learners is in clause 19, register of learners with disability. Every county education board shall maintain a register of all learners with special needs in their area of jurisdiction who are receiving domestic, medical, institutional, or other special education services outside of regular school programs, as well as special needs learners who are not receiving any special education services. This is very important, Mr. Speaker. It is the right of the child. And being the right of the child, we need to test stock and know those children. The reason we have had children, some of whom have been locked in houses by mothers who cannot take care of them, is because there was no provision of, there was no way anybody would know. Because even where we have institutions, and there are institutions in this country, Mr. Speaker, who can take care of these learners, there are boarding schools and I've visited some even in Meru, Embu, and even in Eldoret, where there are boarding facilities. Nobody knows where these children are. So this is the responsibility of the County Education Board to know where all the children are. Apart from the other children, they should know where children who need special education are. Mr. Speaker, we have also said that in clause 21 that there is need for identification of children with disabilities. let them be well identified, let them be well documented so that we know where they are, we know their parents, and they can be taken care of. And it is the responsibility of government. It's not the responsibility of a mother who gave birth to a child with disabilities, because this is our responsibility as a nation. It is why we pull our taxes so that we take care of ourselves. So this is a right that is beyond education, and we must ensure so that we facilitate Article 53 of the Constitution. In Article 22, Mr. Speaker, we are talking of the assessment of children, of special education children. Mr. Speaker, in most cases, we had not really provided for how many hours you want to assess a child with disability. Nobody has quantified that, and here we are trying to provide in a way so that these children are given due attention, not only during the training, but also during the assessment. So where a county education board is of the opinion that a child within its area of jurisdiction has or may have a special education need, the county education board shall determine a suitable education provision that shall alleviate the learning difficulty of that child. So assessment at that point, and assessment post going to the education institution so that the child can be assessed properly and can be placed properly. In Part 5, Mr. Speaker, institutional management of special education, we have done, there is an establishment of a special needs education advisory board, which I mentioned earlier. So this bill establishes a special needs education advisory board. So Article 23 says there is established within the Ministry of Education a board to be known as the Special Needs Education Advisory Board, something that is not existing currently, and that is why the attention to these children has been extremely low. The functions of this board will be to examine, comment, and advise the CS on any rules and regulations proposed to be made upon this act in itself, and then to advise the CS and any government agency on any matter pertaining to the provision of special education. So this is a very important board. It will also make an annual report to the CS, which report shall be published in a gazette, in a gazette notice on the progress or lack of it made in special education by the government, because we are saying this is new, and we want to, for us to progress, we need to monitor the performance of all institutions, and also, in particular, the education institutions. In Article 24, Mr. Speaker, special needs education resource centers. Mr. Speaker, the bill provides that the CS of Education shall establish a special needs education resource center in every county and shall ensure that the center is properly and adequately staffed with appropriate qualified personnel and equipment. This is of great interest to this House, Mr. Speaker, because our role as Senate is to take care of the interests of the counties and the county governments. So an establishment like a special needs education resource center is a very, very important center in the county. And we say this resource center shall be a link between the children with disabilities and the society at large, where there is provision of resource personnel who shall create disability awareness in the local community. Unless we talk loudly about this, unless we have an awareness program, sometimes we still have those children being pushed to the side, both at home and in the education institutions. We want the same to provide for the different ways of communicating with the children, be it sign language, be it braille, so that people get to actually know. Because in a way, as we are dealing with this, the education of these children, it is very important that even parents get familiar with what is going on, so that they see the importance of educating a child like that. Mr. Speaker, we have had experience with people with disabilities who have really lived to the full capacity as far as their education is concerned. We have professors yesterday only, Mr. Speaker, because our Committee of Education is visiting some institutions in Eldoret next week. I visited a school which is integrated, an integrated school with albinism and the VIPs. And the shocker was to have a teacher who doesn't see teaching completely, a whole class. And he was teaching students, writing on the board. He already knows the dimensions of the board, and he was teaching a class. Fantastic. It was really fantastic, and I felt really moved by that. And I think we just don't know the potential of these people. Otherwise, we'd have taken care of them from when they are babies. And this is what we are saying. When you have a special needs education resource center, it is a place for us to educate one another. It is a place to have even shadow teachers who we should also have physiotherapy services, so that during holidays, children can be taken there for play. They can also be taken there for exercises, for physiotherapy, and that gives parents also freedom to do other things. Mr. Speaker, Article 25 is on infrastructure, and I think I had mentioned that the CS must ensure that there is adequate infrastructure that are disability-friendly, toilets that are friendly, movement rooms that should be accessible, and that is the right of this child, because you cannot compare. If you have to give them one KCPE exam, we must make sure that they are also provided for. Provision for materials and equipment is under Article 26. We must provide for their materials, their equipment. You cannot ask parents to buy Braille for their children. It must be provided by government. We cannot tell parents to buy special books for these children. It is part of the package that is in the Constitution, Article 53 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, we also provided for the establishment of county coordinating mechanisms under Article 27, and under Article 28, we provided for the training of non-teaching staff. Non-teaching staff in the institution must be trained and retrained to have both on attitude and on the way they care for these children, because they need more patience. What we are really impressed, for those of us who have been interacting in these schools, is that KISE has trained teachers who are fantastic. Their teachers, the way they handle their children, the patience they have with their children is just amazing. Part 6, Mr. Chairman, is development and facilitation of special needs education, and that section is dealing with what the Cabinet Secretary must do to facilitate registration of education institutions. And as we said, it must make sure that there is an inspection so that they provide for all the required amenities and the required facilities. And then on an annual basis, it's expected that the CS must provide sufficient information to registered institutions, registered institutions, to enable them to prepare their budgets and for the same children. In fact, we are saying in Article 30 that funding of special education must be done right from pre-unit to the university. And how is it going to be done, Mr. Speaker? We are proposing that the CS shall determine the funding procedures, provisions, and minimum standards, and the funding provision that should be done by government. That where funding is provided for an education institution, the Cabinet Secretary may attach conditions as to the use of such funds, so that funding that is earmarked for children with disabilities is not mixed with any other funding or pushed aside. So we want to make sure that funding is dedicated, that there is a dedication of this funding to special children. Mr. Speaker, Clause 31 is the responsibilities of the governing boards, as I had mentioned earlier, which is to take reasonable measures within its means to supplement the resources of the resources that are required in the education institution, that is the Board of Management. Article 32 is on the financial records and statements, and we are saying we are removing that. We want to remove any doubt that anybody would misuse any fund in these institutions, and that's why we made that provision. We also had a disqualification that from receiving any other funding, if you are being funded by capitation for a special child, that you will not use that. And this we are saying because from experience, there has been misuse where you have an institution, you are receiving capitation, and we are saying we want to get the maximum capitation for this child, and then somebody is using the same children to go and fundraise. So we have a clause there to disqualify anybody who receives any funding from government from levying anything. Clause 34 is a very important one on the levy of fees. We have said the Cabinet Secretary, in consultation with the Commission for Higher Education, the universities may issue guidelines for the levying of fees for learners with disabilities attending or intending to attend universities and other tertiary institutions. I know we have also received an amendment that is going to come later from the committee of education, that actually when we talk of free education, this is the group that must receive free education from pre-unit all the way to the universities. So there's an amendment that is coming with that. Mr. Speaker, the quality assurance and standards is key when we are providing education, and we have provided that in Clause 35, quality assurance and special needs education. We have also talked of the role of the county government on quality assurance, that each county executive committee member must ensure that the special needs education is delivered as per the standards prescribed by the CS or the county legislation. This is to ensure that the standards are taken care of. Mr. Speaker, the other one is on the miscellaneous provisions that are going to take place, the assessment, the education institution on public land, and prohibition of alienation of land used. So those ones, I think members will be able to see. So, Mr. Speaker, in a nutshell, that is what the bill is. And I beg to move and ask Senator Crystal Asike to second.
Thank you, Senator Professor Kamari. Before Senator Crystal Asige seconds your motion, I have communication to make from the chair, and this is with regards to our visiting students and teachers from SEK St. James Mayori Secondary School. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon, visiting teachers and students from SEK St. James Mayori Secondary School in Embu County. The group comprises 2 teachers and 51 students who are in the Senate for a one-day academic exposition. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. I would like to call upon the Senator for Embu, Senator Mundigi, to also welcome the school and also the teachers as well as the students.
Bwana Spika, ni asante kwa kunipa ruhusa hii niweze kukaribisha shule ya SEK St. James Mayori. Wanafunzi wa Mayori, hii ni Senate ambaye kazi yetu hapa ni kutengeneza sheria ya county na tunajifunza mambo mengi sana. Kwa hivyo mkaribie, mkuje muone yale tunatenda hapa, na ninataka nimwambie kama mtasikiza mambo ya walimu na pia mtasikiza mambo ya kanisa, mambo ya kujiepusha na mambo ya pombe, ama dawa za kulevya ama pangi, nataka nimwambie mkijiepusha na hizo maneno, ninyi mtakuwa maseneta na ninyi mtakuwa pia speaker na pia ninyi mtakuwa mnaongoza nchi yetu ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo namuomba muweze kuangalia yale tunatenda hapa, ni nyinyi viongozi wa kesho. Hiyo ingine nataka kusema sura ya ACK St. James Mayole imetoka Embu County. Embu County tupo na majumba mandogo ya 4, moja ni hiyo ya Mbere South, pahali nakwambia Bwana Speaker, hakuna manji, hakuna parapara, na wanajaribu sana. Hii sura ni zile moja sa zile counties zinafanya vizuri sana. Kwa hiyo nimekuwa nikiongea mambo ya Embu tuweze kusaidiwa. Mnaona hata wakati kulikuwa na zile pesa tulikosa, muone hii kama sura kama hii ni zile singefanya kazi nzuri. Kwa hiyo naomba Senate wakati ule mwingine muweze kuangalia mambo ya Embu, mambo ya parapara, mambo ya manji na pia na mambo ya kilimo. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Alexander Munige. Senator Crystal Asige, you may take the floor to second the bill.
Where is the mic? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I rise to support this motion, the bill, rather, the Learners with Disabilities Bill that's just been moved. And as I make my submission to Speaker, I'd like to start with a small anecdote. There are 2 young fish swimming along, and they happen to meet an older fish swimming the other way, who nods at them and says, "Morning, boys, how's the water?" And the 2 young fish swim on for a bit. Then eventually, one of them looks over at the other and goes, "What the hell is water?" David Foster Wallace used this story to illustrate how the most basic and important parts of our experiences as human beings are often the last to be recognized or appreciated, and instead are taken for granted. And Speaker, I agree. For me, the older fish represents privilege. People with means, people who assume, people who are not just ignorant, but have no desire to be informed. People who are non-disabled, that really have no awareness that very few people around them are not swimming through life as easily and as exposed as they are. Then, of course, there is the water. Mr. Speaker, I see the water in this story as analogous to our basic human rights, like health, housing, water, electricity, access to information, and of course, access to education. These rights and freedoms, Mr. Speaker, are meant for all people, no matter their ability or disability. Speaker, I have thrown myself into working on the Learners with Disabilities Bill because I desperately wish to see as many barriers as possible be removed from access to inclusive education by our learners with disabilities, to ease the burden off of them and their families, if only a little bit, so they did not have to struggle like I did. Speaker, learners with disabilities are not just young fish swimming in new waters, but exceedingly disadvantaged fish swimming in non-inclusive Kenyan waters. Since high school, my eyesight began to steadily decline from a degenerative disease called glaucoma, through which I acquired my disability. The only student with a visual disability in school, similar to now, Speaker, where I am the only visually impaired parliamentarian in the House. Speaker, being a young learner back then, dealing with going blind, with no policies on discrimination, with no inclusive education, no integrated school systems, with no assistive technologies or devices, no personal aid, no teachers trained in special education, and no community of PWDs around to guide or encourage me, really did break me. Then came the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Article 53 of the Constitution provides that every child has a right to free and compulsory basic education. It further provides in Article 54 that persons with disabilities are entitled to access educational institutions and facilities that are integrated into society to the extent compatible with the interests of the person. Therefore, this bill is aimed at providing a proper legal framework in order to ensure the actualization of the right to basic education for learners with disabilities at all the 3 levels of education in Kenya. The bill outlines the rights of learners with disabilities, as well as the responsibilities of the parents and guardians of learners with disabilities, as it pertains to their access to education. However, Speaker, there are still many improvements considering the burdens of families of learners with disabilities. Speaker, according to a study conducted by the Kenya National Survey on Children with Disabilities in 2018, it was found that 72.6% of learners reside in rural areas. These students typically rely on healthcare services provided by hospitals in these rural regions, as good health is closely linked to effective learning. Given the significant reliance of the population on the National Health Insurance Fund, NHIF, it is expected that these children would also benefit from its cover. Unfortunately, due to the current status of the NHIF, over 350 rural hospitals have now refused to accept NHIF cards. As a result, Speaker, these learners are being deprived of healthcare that they need. This situation puts their families in a difficult situation, forcing them to pay for medical expenses out of pocket, which leaves them with very little money for other crucial expenses, which I have outlined in this House before. And it becomes more distressing with the proposed Finance Bill 2023 and the provisions therein. Let's consider a hypothetical family, Speaker, earning 50,000, which will be subject to deductions as specified in the Finance Bill. After accounting for all expenses, the family would be left with a mere 4,000 or 5,000 shillings, an amount which is woefully inadequate to cover their medical bills. The bill creates provisions that obligate the national government, through the Ministry of Education and the county governments, to carry out their duties in bringing the education of learners with disabilities to parity with all learners, and to end the exclusion of persons with disabilities in the education cycle. Mr. Speaker, the same study conducted by the Kenya National Survey on Children with Disabilities in collaboration with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics in 2018 revealed that approximately 300,000 learners with disabilities are currently enrolled in our educational institutions. However, the study highlights a significant dropout rate amongst these learners. What the study fails to provide is a true picture into the quality of education these learners receive. Many of them have expressed dissatisfaction with the quality, stating that teachers lack adequate training in special needs education, leading to a sense of neglect amongst the learners. The bill stipulates the process of identification and assessment of learners with disabilities to ensure that every learner has access to education in a manner that is convenient and accessible to them. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the Special Schools Heads Association of Kenya conducted a study revealing that over 100,000 learners with disabilities were not attending schools in Kenya. Among this group, the largest percentage, more than 35%, consisted of learners with self-care difficulties, followed by those with communication difficulties at 25%, intellectual disabilities at 10.7%, and visual impairments at 2.8%. These figures, Mr. Speaker, are substantial, but it is important to note that they do not reflect the most recent data. Obtaining up-to-date statistics has proven challenging. Even the National Council of Persons with Disabilities, who are here in front of the Committee of Labor last week, expressed the ongoing difficulties they face as an agency responsible for disability. They highlighted various constraints, including limited staffing with an estimated 1 officer per county, making it very difficult to gather accurate data on persons with disabilities. Learners with disabilities have different needs, Mr. Speaker, and some maybe require home-based, medical, institutional, or other inclusive education services that are outside of regular school programs. But, Mr. Speaker, what the general public don't understand is the compound effect that tears through these families due to the disability of a learner. More members of a family member end up affected. Mr. Speaker, there's a 26-year-old named Johnson in Watamu who lives with his single mother and his brother. Johnson has CP, cerebral palsy, but has received no therapy, which has led to the development of autism alongside his CP. Now it's a complex disability. Johnson's mother has struggled to find suitable education opportunities for him in the Watamu area. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, a special school in Gede refused to admit him because of his age. Despite his disability, Johnson has shown talent and arts and crafts. He used to make and sell keyrings for tourists in Watamu to support his mother financially. However, he lost his motor skills and was unable to work for gain. So he taught himself instead to cook and help with household chores because of the increased difficulties faced by his mother in taking care of the family. His grandmother then had to move from Nyeri to Watamu to assist. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, Johnson's younger brother has felt neglected and resentful due to the attention required by Johnson by his mother, which has affected his performance and has led to a silent war between the brothers as the younger feels that Johnson is favored. These important details, Mr. Speaker, are often overlooked when we look at legislation, yet they significantly impact the home environment. The challenges faced by this family have been accumulating over time, with the mother unable to focus on her work and developing high blood pressure in the process as she dedicates her attention to taking care of her children. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, this bill can only solve some things, with hopes that other honorable members in this House will also push disability-responsive legislation that helps to solve other issues. In the Learners with Disabilities Bill, provision is made for a framework of monitoring and evaluation, Mr. Speaker, has been said, on the institutional management of inclusive education, creation of an advisory board to the Cabinet Secretary, and any other government agency, culminating into an annual report to be published in the Gazette in the progress or lack thereof in inclusive education by the government, its agencies, and of course, its other institutions. To eliminate the issues of stigma and prejudice suffered by learners with disabilities, the bill provides also for creation of inclusive education resource centers, as has been said. The resource centers are to serve as a link between learners and the society by providing resource personnel who shall create disability awareness in the local community, providing sign language interpreters, providing support teachers, providing physiotherapy services, and carrying out any other activity that may further its role in providing inclusive education in the country. The function of these resource centers shall be to provide expertise and diagnostic, therapeutic, and corrective educational needs, provide corrective and supportive services for all learners with inclusive educational needs in the country, provide home or hospital instruction and corrective and supportive services to disabled learners in cases where the nature and severity of their disabilities makes studying in regular institutions impracticable. Assist educational institutions in designing individualized instructional programs for learners with disabilities, conduct educational and psychological assessments, plan curriculum implementation, provide outreach services to learners not yet in educational institutions, like I gave you the data for, Speaker, provide advisory services to educational institutions and in the jurisdiction in these resource centers, and carry out such other functions as the Cabinet Secretary may prescribe from time to time. Mr. Speaker, all of the other provisions have been very eloquently put forward by my co-sponsor, Senator Professor Kamar. And I also want to add the reason why we call it the Learners with Disabilities Bill. Mr. Speaker, most people have asked, why do you say learners with disabilities? Mr. Speaker, the reason for this is because many of us with disabilities in education systems are not of the normal, I put that in quotes, age to be starting in class 1, in class 2, and so on and so forth. You'll find often, Mr. Speaker, that you have a 26-year-old like Johnson in Mwatamu who requires to start class 1 at his age today. And that's why we call it the Learners with Disabilities Bill, not the Children with Disabilities Bill, because not all learners, Speaker, are children. Lastly, the bill provides for amendment to the Technical and Vocational Education and Training Act of 2013. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that this bill is seen as just a starting point and undergoes continuous amendments in the coming years to improve the needs of learners with disabilities. It should be adaptive of challenges faced by families. Parents should not be burdened with paying more than 20,000 shillings to support their children. Mr. Speaker, we've had accounts from senators in this House and other people who have to pay 2,000 shillings per day to have somebody take care of their child. And as you know, there are 7 days in the week. Parents who have told me that their autistic child needs home-based education, and to get a home-based teacher costs 3,000 shillings a day. That's times 5, Mr. Speaker, 15,000 shillings a week, just because a learner has autism.
Senator
A potential
Crystal,
yes.
You have got a balance of 5 minutes to
Thank you.
use.
It's essential that learners with disabilities have access, Mr. Speaker, to proper health care as well, without financial strain on their families. This should also be taken into account as this bill moves forward, not just this year, but in subsequent amendments. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your time, and I second.
Thank you, Senator Crystal. Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Learners with Disabilities Bill, Senate Bills number 4 of 2023, be now read a second time. I note from the dashboard that there is expression of contributions to this bill. I am aware, Senator Manso, you've requested that you're rushing elsewhere. I probably will ask you to go ahead and do your comments to the bill within 5 minutes or so. I know you've got your 20 minutes. I have considered the request that you made.
Mr. Speaker, 5 minutes is enough. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important bill, and I rise to support it, and really congratulate the Honorable Christabel and Professor Margaret Kamal. It has distinguished a current practice in terms of learners, and Mr. Speaker, it is important that whatever has been happening has been without a law. There are, first of all, international conventions on this. The Constitution has touched on it, and there are scattered laws on how to deal with this issue. But now with this bill, it's going to be settled that people with disabilities get an opportunity to learn, because education is an equalizer. And Mr. Speaker, I want to draw an example from members, and would like to encourage members, if each member from members of National Assembly in CDF and in their offices and this House, together with the nominated members, if each one of them took care or employed a person with a disability, then that will go a long way to scatter this opportunity across the country. Mr. Speaker, I've been doing this since I was a member of National Assembly, and now in my office there is a young man called Dennis. He's actually I've gone to school up to Form 4. I met him when he was in high school. And although he's an adult, he looks like a 7-year-old boy exactly. And a lot of people mistake him for a child. Even when he boards a matatu, they think a child is lost. And when I employed him in my office, he's been a very big impact. And now I'm helping him to go and study to be an actor. And I believe he will have a future. Since I employed him, he has changed his family. And therefore, education is very, very important for anybody with disability. And also, there is something else. I thought probably Professor will look at it. Some of the disability cases can actually be attended to medically, and they are cured. And then we also have a problem across the country where many families hide children with disabilities and never give them an opportunity to go to school. We should come up with a punitive measure in this law such that if you are found to be hiding a child of that nature and you are unable, to get this child to school, and the government has called upon that you could be punished, for such, so that we could create fear and make sure that people come out and release these children to go to school. When it comes to the facilities of children with disability, there are quite a number in the country, but some are sponsored by the national government, and therefore this be a shared responsibility between county governments and national governments. It has now come out that we have a definite way of dealing with these schools and giving, these people education according to their needs and according to their interest. There has been no proper way of funding. And one time I employed a member of staff who had brothers, actually who was the only child in that family who can see. And upon employment, one of the things we did was to conduct an Arambi to make sure these children go to Thika School of the Blind. And now it has changed that home completely. And a big relief was given to this employee of mine who then, really came on board so that we could help that family. So we have to come up with a system of making these children go to school or adults other than Arambis, Mr. Speaker. Other than conducting Arambis, the government has to have a system so that these children or adults can have an opportunity to have education and have an opportunity in life. But most of them can be corrected through surgery, through treatment, and a lot of cases have changed. Although some people have been tilted to believe that when you have a disability, you get, government, when you are registered, you are not able to pay taxes, you can get a car cheaply, and that's why our friend, we had a nominated member in the National Assembly who is now in East Africa. He used to say, you would not like to go to these people who pray for people to walk again, because, he doesn't want to lose these benefits, although I thought he made it as a joke. But finally, Mr. Speaker, historically, this is a very old thing, and it has been found even in the biblical times, even the times of Jesus. He healed quite a number of people with disabilities, a blind person, and somebody who could not touch the water in Bethsaida in Jerusalem and get healed for 38 good years. He had been there even before Jesus was born. And it being a practice of old times, it means disability is as old as people are. And everybody is a candidate for disability. Anybody can become disabled anytime through sickness, through accidents, and therefore we have to develop a law. It means even if you are an adult and you get disability, then it means you may have to learn new skills to survive, other than the skills you have gone to school to know all your life. So I believe, Mr. Speaker, this will go a long way to change the way we perceive people with disabilities or people who are talented differently, and that upon this law, they will be given an opportunity to learn a skill, which skill they can use to get, to a place they can be able to sustain themselves. I'm really looking forward when Dennis goes to university, because he passed very well in Form 4 and comes back to Kenya. Although he may not be able to drive a normal car, I really look forward to his wedding and to him having a good life and a family. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I support.
Thank you very much, Senator Manzo. I will request members, I want to allow Senator Muma to also submit for 5 minutes, because she's pursuing the support of one of our colleagues whom we are going to bury on Thursday, allow Senator Catherine to take the next 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity. Rise to support Senators Professor Kamar and Crystal, and to congratulate them for tabling this bill that is a very important bill. Mr. Speaker, I am a mother of a 28-year-old severely disabled son who has cerebral palsy. And I thought I will just contribute a little that can help to support this bill that is very good, and also to possibly improve. Mr. Speaker, I will not speak to what is already on the bill, but I would want to advise that the movers consider adding on amendments that will deal with the two aspects of learning institutions for persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, under the Convention on the Rights of the Child, or on the rights of persons with disability, the recommended way of education for learners with disability is to integrate them in the schools that other students go to by enabling the facilities to actually provide access, by training the teachers to be able to handle both differently abled learners. Mr. Speaker, we need to progressively provide in this law that all schools should contemplate facilitating access to learners. Because, Mr. Speaker, the specialized schools would be situated in very far-flung places. So if you have only one school in Kakamega, it means that the students with disabilities in that district must then go and be in boarding. And it is not always the case that boarding school is the best solution for students. So I would want to request that the movers provide for integrated learning in the normal schools, so that all schools progressively provide an infrastructure that can facilitate learners with a disability to be brought on board. Mr. Speaker, this means that even the school buses in this country must be adjusted to be able to take on many students, learners with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, you will be shocked. I had I had the House applaud when Senator Manzo mentioned that there are parents who don't take their children to school. Mr. Speaker, I would want to tell you that as a wearer of the shoe, I know many parents who've not been able to take their disabled children to school because the matatus will not take them, because they do not have the facilities to be able to carry their child to school. So beyond being denied that opportunity to go to school, they are condemned by society as having refused to take their children to school. So I would want, even as we consult, to know the practical situation that students and parents and families of learners with a disability go through. The second bit, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be quick, is the specialized schools. Mr. Speaker, majority of schools or institutions for learners with a disability are sponsored by private actors in this country. The public only sponsors very few of these schools. I would want the movers to include a clause that can provide a partnership between the sponsors of private schools for persons with disabilities to ensure that public money is expended in these schools in order to enable more learners to be able to go into these schools. Mr. Speaker, my son went into St. Peter's school in Loresho, a school whose land was donated by Mr. Nganga, a parent who had a child with severe disability but could not get any school in Nairobi for his child to go into. He then gave away his land in order for children with severe disabilities to be able to go to that school. Mr. Speaker, when we approached government to post teachers to this school, the government refused to post teachers to this school because in their view, they could only give if the land was handed over to the government. Of course, the Board of Trustees refused to do so because we knew once you hand over the land to somebody in government, we were not too sure whether that will remain a school or whether it will be taken over. So, Mr. Speaker, as I finalize, I would want to ask that the movers of this bill interact a little just to understand the lived experiences of families, of persons or learners with a disability, so that we can add in one or two things that will strengthen and actually take into account the lived experiences of learners with a disability. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Muma. Senator Samson Kiprotich Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what Senator Sifuna is signaling, but maybe he's signaling good things. From the onset, I'll be very brief, that you can be sure of. I want to congratulate from the onset Senator Professor Margaret Kamar, was our former Deputy Speaker, a seasoned Cabinet Minister of Higher Education, and a Senator of Wazingishu County, and one of the trailblazers when you were discussing about women election. She was among the 6 women who was elected in Eldoret East. So we are proud of what she is doing, and we support. I know she had passionate about this bill in last session, but because of Sinadai, we did not process. Equally to thank and congratulate Senator Crystal Asike. I think, Mr. Speaker, she is cutting a niche in the legislative world as the way she cut a niche in the creative world. So, Speaker, there is a good song, a very beautiful song she has sung called Lenga, a very interesting song that when you are relaxing, you should listen to. And I'm happy she is making a mark. And in part of the song she says, and I quote, maybe in Kiswahili, shida zikiwa mingi beba na lori. So she's doing extremely well. And I'm happy to see her being the champion, Mr. Speaker, of the PWDs being known and be respected as per the law, even to receive their dignity within our society. So, Mr. Speaker, I would not find myself outside supporting this bill. And Mr. Speaker, you know, PWDs, as we lead everybody, even Senator Eddie here, we are leaders of all, be it the PWDs, the able-bodied, the poor, the rich, the judges, the magistrates, the president, the people at the bottom. So, Mr. Speaker, we read. So, Speaker, I'm made aware in 2019 population announcing census, where Kenyans are 53.01 million. Out of that total number, 2.2% are people living with disability. That is around 0.3 million Kenyans who are people living with disability. So, Speaker, it's worth note that this is a population that even the Constitution 2010 has recognized their role. And you look under Article 54, one of the issues that espouses in under Article 54, Mr. Speaker, is the right to access education facilities. And I think, of course, outside the language, the braille and what have you, but it talks about access to public spaces, access to education, and in fact, it is Article 54(1)(b) talks to access educational institutions as facility for persons with disabilities that are integrated to society to the extent of compatible with the interests of the people. Mr. Speaker, it's very important that many people imagine that people living with disability must be keeping or be put in a particular place. There is a way these people can be integrated with the normal children, with the normal society, but we must be aware that we need to prepare maybe access to buildings like ramps. We must provide the language, and I'm happy even media nowadays, when they read news, they have now incorporated sign language interpreters. Even I've seen government, even parliament here, we are now alive to the fact that we have a unique population that they must be part of process even in recognition of language and even the use of Braille. So, Mr. Speaker, it behooves the Education Ministry to, when we pass this law, because I don't think anyone would object this law, we should process it very fast. Members of National Assembly and the President, I can confirm the President will ensure that he assents to this bill. So, Speaker, I'm aware that many parents, you know, when you know children come from God, many parents would imagine that when you are expecting a child, Mr. Speaker, and that is why I'm happy that the House have assented my bill on the right to disconnect and respect to privacy to family. Many people, when they're expecting children or expecting a child, they just expect a normal child. But sometimes, the Speaker, it does not happen that way. Sometimes you get the children which are born differently, ably. Others are what we call albinos, Mr. Speaker. There is tendency in this country when children are born with PWDs, because of the unique challenge that they come with. They need a lot of support. You find children, we find parents are closing, Mr. Speaker, or hiding away the children. Even I don't want to name the family. When I visited one family when I was, I think after my campus, and I later, after some time, I realized they had a child who was a PWD, who had mental issues, Mr. Speaker, and they ensure they keep that child away from other people. And I think that is unfair. What we need as a country, and I want to challenge the Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of Education, the way we have said 100% transition, using chiefs to ensure all children attend school. I want also, in the spirit of this bill, the Learners with Disability Bill, that also chiefs should be ordered to do a census and ensure any child who has a challenge of PWD, Mr. Speaker, who are differently, should be taken to school. It is the law. So as much as we are pushing for 100% transition rate, we also ask the chiefs, the Ngao, the Ministry of Interior, to ensure that we have census of most of these children, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, and parents should be proud. These are just children, and they are very unique, Madam Speaker. You cannot imagine Senator Crystal Lasige here is the champion of PWDs, and she's in the creative wall. Mr. Speaker, when you are relaxing with your family, you should put that song and you will really appreciate what she's done. She has a wonderful voice. Many people would have assumed Senator Crystal should not get education simply because she's a PWD. No, she's doing marvelous. She's now the Senator of the Republic of Kenya. And I want also to thank the party that nominated her. This is something that it cannot go without notice, and congratulate the party, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because I have only 50 points, the third point is we need the Data Protection Act is in place. We have the census. Let us ensure that we identify and prioritize. I wish in census, when now the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, Mr. Speaker, they should be telling us so-and-so as a PWD child, so that when some of these support, Mr. Speaker, have made people living with disability. I'm surprised in this country, there are Kenyans who are PWDs, but they don't access PWD card. Can you imagine? Because we just, when it comes to registering Wazee for the stipend that they are given monthly, the chiefs are ordered. I'm looking for a situation where Ngao will be directed to ensure that any person, any Kenyan who is a PWD, Mr. Speaker, have a PWD card easily. I don't know what you need to see, because sometimes I see people complicating. If somebody is a PWD, which other miracle do you need to see so that you can give them the card, Mr. Speaker? And you remember, Senator Wambua will note that in this part of last session, I was a temporary PWD, and Senator Kamar can remember, I think, a number of colleagues who are in this chamber, Mr. Speaker. So it is not that I was a temporary PWD. It is not that it is a preserve of few individuals. Others get it through a long life, through accidents, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, that is the 50 point to allow colleagues to also contribute access to buildings. I think the Disability Act of 2003 became critical. It was also married with 2010 Constitution, and I think that is very important. I think what we need to do is also push for the training of teachers, which I know the bill has tried to address to. Training of teachers on how to handle the PWD children, Mr. Speaker. They have unique, in Nandi, for example, we have the Kapsabet School for the Deaf. We have small homes where the Catholic Church are sponsoring. I know other churches are sponsoring also some of these organizations. Mr. Speaker, we should not leave our children of PWD to the charity, to the mercy of charity. Somebody somewhere in the US fundraises to come and take care of a child of PWD. Which society are we? Kenyans and Africans, we had a heart of providing for everybody, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's sad that most of these organizations that support PWDs, including learning, including provision of learning materials, Braille, the sign language, is being done by people who run charitable organizations. Which society are we if we can leave some part of the population to the mercy of charity, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the government must take this with seriousness. It deserves, Mr. Speaker. I normally see even the challenges, the feeding. You know, we have one in Dalat where somebody who doesn't have legs and arms runs, is called Job. And I hope one day Senator Crystal will allow me to take me to that school. Mr. Speaker, I visited a few months, and there are unique challenges. They are only requesting for wheelchairs, only. They are only requesting for learning materials for access to be designed for ramps, Mr. Speaker. And I want to celebrate Job, who comes from Dalat in Masab sub-county, for being the pioneer of, because he was born like that. And the reason, Mr. Speaker, Job is doing a wonderful job in Dalat. Job is doing a wonderful job in Dalat is because, Mr. Speaker, the parents did not, he was born without arms and legs, but the parents did not hide him. They took him to learn in a school that was within Dalat region. They didn't take him to the special school. And I can tell you that young man is very handsome. I know this will have a contest with the ladies, but allow me to use this word. And he's also very brilliant. And I hope one day Senator Crystal and other colleagues will visit that school so that you can see. Mr. Speaker, we should not leave to the mercy of donations for our schools to run. The 50th point, Mr. Speaker, that I wanted to make is the training of teachers, especially the teachers that in our schools. I think what we should be doing is to push for in a course, whether you are in GSS or any other DSSA or this ECD classrooms, Mr. Speaker, is I request that one point in time, the syllabus, before you pass to being a teacher, Mr. Speaker, we should be trained. Even I propose, Mr. Speaker, even Senate, even Parliament, even any government entity and private, we should have a way, the way we were being taught about first aid, we should be taught about the unique population of PWD so that we appreciate their unique nature and their unique role. And I propose that through Senator Kamara and Senator Crystal, it should be, and I think for Senator Kamara, who was the principal of Senator Wambua, should not have an issue because she has stayed in education and academia for long. In conclusion, this is a brilliant bill. There is nothing I can say. The issue of funding, I have insisted. Let the government, we are now pushing for finance bill to be passed, Mr. Speaker. When these resources are here, Mr. Speaker, we should ensure these resources are used for funding of some of these schools that have unique challenges. Mr. Speaker, therefore the funding, we should put it in the budget and ensure, Mr. Speaker, and the component of vote should ensure that it captures people living with disability. Mr. Speaker, on the role of counties, because we protect in conclusion, is to ensure counties also play a role. We want the counties to ensure ramps are accessible, the quality assurance are looked into so that we can sue with the future. Mr. Speaker, this is the bill that I will support with all my body organs, with everything I have to ensure that it passes. Congratulations, colleague. Wish you well. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations. I support.
Senator Sifuna Edwin Watenya.
You came in when I realized you were coming in with a cutter.
Chair, always protect me from Senator Chirargei. Mr. Speaker, I'm entirely proud of the two senators who have collaborated to put together this bill. Of course, Senator Kamara is a foremost educationist, renowned. And Senator Crystal Asige, I have the privilege of sitting next to her, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you that I am learning quite a number of things that I did not know, especially the perspective of the world from the point of view of somebody living with PWDs. I was moved by her anecdote about, or the example she gave of the 3 fish. It is a poignant reminder that, in fact, we must strive to understand the world other people live in, not necessarily just yours and the one that you are comfortable with, because there are many things that we take for granted that are not available in other people's worlds and other people's lives. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to commence my views on the bill itself, as I must with the Constitution. Under Article 53, Mr. Speaker, basic education is expressed not just as a right, but a compulsory right. That means that all of us, all our children, do not have a choice. They cannot opt out of education because this is something that the Constitution has made compulsory. The realization of that compulsory basic education then depends on eliminating the barriers to access to that education that have been, both natural and unnatural barriers to the access that have been erected in the way, especially of people with disabilities. What we must do is that we want to eliminate these barriers to ensure that there is equal access to PWDs, to create an environment that, that ensures there is equal access. And many of the things that we take for granted, Mr. Speaker, could be the very simple barriers that then deny that access for persons with disabilities. I have seen myself, because within the ODM party, we have many members who are persons living with disability. In fact, the chair of the PWD caucus in ODM, Honorable Tim Wanyonyi, is a person that I know, I have had the opportunity to work with, I have had the opportunity to campaign with. In fact, one of the things we did when we were acquiring the new Chungwa House, the headquarters of ODM party, because I was SG at that time, I ensured that there were 2 ramps installed both at the front entrance and the back entrance to allow Honorable Tim Wanyonyi access. And other persons with disabilities at that time, we had Honorable Denita Gatti also as a person whose mobility depended on a wheelchair. We have seen even at political rallies, persons with disability accessing the podium. Just accessing the podium at Uhuru Park or Kamukunji grounds is usually a very difficult task. Luckily, I have seen that Honorable Tim Wanyonyi, because he has been in Parliament for some time, at least he has the resources to afford a group of muscle men who then help him to access these places. But you can imagine if you are just a first-timer or somebody is trying to get into politics with that disability, it becomes very difficult. It has opened my eyes to very simple things, like every time we pick a venue for a meeting, you must always ask yourself if this venue is accessible to everyone. So I am happy that this bill tries to address some of the challenges of access to education by learners living with disability. If you look at Clause 5, Mr. Speaker, Clause 5B talks of a right to have information delivered in suitable, legible media of instruction. So that, Mr. Speaker, it is not just about having schools. Those schools must be able to deliver that information in the language in which the PWD can be able to understand. Then, Mr. Speaker, there is a provision on access to all school buildings and facilities with ease. That is what I was trying to discuss here with the example of Honorable Tim Wanyonyi. But what Senator Asige has opened my eyes to, Mr. Speaker, is something I never thought about. The bill talks about access to play areas, recreation, leisure, and sporting. My daughter, who is 6 years old, goes for swimming lessons every Saturday morning. And I was asking Crystal, how do you make a swimming pool, for instance, at a school, accessible to all persons with disabilities? So she was educating me here that there are things called grab rails. I don't know if anyone has ever heard of them here before. Grab rails, slip-resistant tiles. She even described that the swimming pool has to have a certain slope. You know, the slope from the shallow end to the deep end has to have a certain gradient of, I think, 1.2. I don't even know what that means, but that's what she told me. So it is important to see things from this perspective, Mr. Speaker, that in fact, it is not just, school is not just about the classes and the classrooms, that even play and recreational activities, when other able-bodied students are partaking in these activities, we should not leave the PWDs out, and I'm happy that that particular component has been captured. Then the bill, Mr. Speaker, places certain responsibilities on the counties, and the responsibilities include providing this infrastructure that we're saying. If you're going to have all the public schools in Nairobi accessible to all persons, not just people on wheelchair, because disability takes many forms, Mr. Speaker, you should be able to invest in that infrastructure, and it is going to cost us money. It talks about setting up of resource centers and having a teacher in each school who is able to then instruct learners with disabilities. This, of course, will come with extra costs to our counties, which is why, as a foremost defender of devolution and a fighter for greater resources to go to our devolved units, I continue to insist that we as a Senate must do more to make sure that our counties are better resourced so that they can take care of all these new responsibilities we keep imposing upon them as a Senate. This is, I think, in the past few months, another bill that is adding a fresh responsibility that requires extra resources on the counties. You will remember we passed the vocational training centers bill as well, or act now, that also requires that counties set up these vocational training centers. This is additional costs that the counties have to bear, and we must provide for those with the resources that are to go to devolution. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I learned that the bill also provides under clause 24 that there be established resource centers in each of the counties. And these resource centers, the bill expresses that they be put up by the cabinet secretary, which basically assigns that responsibility to the national government. And these resource centers in each of those counties are supposed to have resource equipment, sign language interpreters, and something that is referred to as a shadow teacher. I didn't know what that is, but again, I'm fortunate to sit next to Crystal Asige. So she says that if you have an able-bodied teacher, a teacher who has not been trained on how to instruct persons with disabilities, then you need somebody, another person, another teacher to shadow them so that those learners with disabilities, yes, severe disabilities, can have somebody now to explain to them in that language or medium that we spoke about, that they understand, Mr. Speaker. Kwa hivyo, I am very happy with the provisions of the bill. I want to take this opportunity again to congratulate my sister, Crystal Asige. I know how hard she has been pushing us in the leadership to ensure that this bill now gets to this particular stage at the SBC. We have fought for greater motion on the order paper so that we are able to process business faster, and I'm happy that we have got an opportunity to debate this particular bill. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I support. I thank you.
Senator Sifuna, I want to commend you also for practically having ensured that the Honorable Wanyonyi and the ODM officers is friendly to persons with disabilities. And that is one way of ensuring that indeed we have all parties of people enjoy the benefits that they do as members of every other political party and as also Kenyans. Senator Abdul Rahman Abdillahi Miraj.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kuweza kunipa fursa hii na mimi niweze kuchangia katika mswada huu. Kwanza nitangulize pongezi kwa dada zangu hawa wawili kwa kuweza kuleta mswada huu hapa ili tuweze kujadili na kuitunga hii sheria. Kwa kweli sheria zipo nyingi zinazosema ni haki ya kila mtoto ama mwananchi wa Kenya kuweza kupata huduma ya elimu. Ingawaje imekuwa changamoto kubwa kwa watoto wanaoishi na ulemavu na jamii nzima ya walemavu. Kwa hivyo naona wameketi na wamekuja na mswada huu kwa wakati mwafaka. Wakati ambao tunaona shule nyingi ambazo watoto wetu ambao wana ulemavu kuna moja imeweza kufungwa na nyingine ziko katika hatari ya kutaka kufungwa. Kwa sababu mimi kama mzazi wa mtoto mlemavu tunaona misaada mingi tuliokuwa tukipewa. Kwa sababu leo hii mimi ni senator, lakini pale nyuma nilikuwa mama viazi. Na kuwa na mtoto mlemavu ilikuwa changamoto kubwa sana. Kwa sababu kando na kuwa maisha ni magumu, ilikuwa ni lazima pia tumtafutie mtoto anayeishi na ulemavu zile huduma ambazo alihitajika kuzipata, kama hearing aid ambazo zilikuwa ziko na gharama ya hali ya juu, digital ambazo zilikuwa zikiuzwa 150,000. Kwa hivyo ni changamoto nyingi ambazo watoto wanaoishi na ulemavu wanazipitia wakiwa na wazazi wao. Na ni jambo la kutia moyo kuona kwamba wapo watu ambao wamekaa wakawafikiria na wakaleta mswada huu ili uweze kuwasaidia pale palipo na pengo, kuziweka zile sheria zote ambazo ziko kwenye mswada mmoja ili haki zao ziweze kuafikiwa. Na pia nimpongeze dadangu Asige kwa kuweza kutambua ya kwamba sio watoto wanaokwenda shule peke yake wanaohitaji huduma hii, bali hata wale watu wazima ambao katika serikali za nyuma hawakuweza kupata fursa ya kupata masomo na huduma hii ambayo inazungumziwa hapa. Nimesikia ilipokuwa mswada unasomwa, kutakuwa na marekebisho katika mambo ya technical na vocational trainings ambazo zinapeanwa ndani ya taifa letu, ili hawa pia waweze kufaidika, kwa sababu hata wao ni wa Kenya. Na ni kweli yale Muma ambayo amesema seneta mwenzangu, ya kwamba sisi wazazi ama jamii ambao wanaishi na ulemavu sana tumekuwa tukipokea usaidizi kutoka kwa mabwenyenye ama wafadhili ambao sio serikali. Kule Mombasa ningependa tu kumtambua na kumpongeza bwana mmoja anaitwa Hasubai wa Mombasa Cement, ambaye amekuwa akipeana shilingi 7,000 kwa kila familia baada ya kila miezi mitatu. Huyu mfadhili wetu amekuwa pia akilipia wanafunzi shule karo na huduma nyingine ndogo ndogo ambazo ukienda nazo ikiwa mtoto wako ni mlemavu ama unaishi na ulemavu anakusaidia. Ni wakati serikali ya Kenya Kwanza iweze kusongea mbele na kukumbatia huu mswada ili kuenda mbele, isiwe watu jamii inayoishi na ulemavu ni watu wa kuombaomba ama wa kutarajia wafadhili ambao sio serikali tu kuweza kuwafanikishia ama kuwapa huduma ambazo zinastahiki kupewa na serikali. Nilitangulia kusema juzi ya kwamba serikali ama urais ni taasisi ambayo inaendelea. Kwa hivyo ningeomba katika legacy ambazo rais wangu kipenzi ataziwacha, iwe mojawapo ni kwamba jamii ya walemavu watapata huduma ambazo wanahitaji kuzipata katika serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, ili serikali zitakazokuja zikumbatie na kusiwe na tashwishi katika maisha ya mlemavu yoyote katika taifa la Kenya. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Wambua Enoch Kio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to also add my voice to comments on this very important bill, the Learners with Disabilities Bill 2023. Mr. Speaker, I will start by congratulating the two great lady senators who have sponsored this bill. One of them, Mr. Speaker, is my teacher, Professor Kamar, and it is always a pleasure when a student serves with their teacher. I also want to congratulate my sister, Senator Asige, for being very consistent in representing the interests of the people that she is supposed to be representing in this House and in leadership. Mr. Speaker, I will address myself to only 4 clauses of the bill, clause number 5, 6, 21, and 23. Speaker, I like the drafting on clause 5 of this bill to the extent that it gives effect to the provisions of Article 35 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 on the right to access information either held by the state or by another person, which information is required to help someone to advance their course in life. So, Speaker, that provision in itself places a responsibility on those that plan education funding to make available equipment and facilities for learners with special needs to be able to access information, and it goes beyond that to ensure that even this Senate, because information from Senate is critical for the realization of the dreams and aspirations of our children in schools, and that information that comes from this public institution should be accessible to these children in a manner that they can consume. The same applies to media houses. All these are sources of information for these children. And as a Senate, then we have an opportunity to make sure that our children that go to school and they have special needs have access to this information in a format that they can consume. Mr. Speaker, Article 6, no, Clause 6, I really like this Clause 6, Mr. Speaker, for the simple reason that the language in it places an obligation on the shoulders of parents of children with disabilities to ensure that these children access education. Mr. Speaker, we all know that there are some parents that when they are blessed with children with special needs, they want to hide them in their houses. They don't want them to get out. They don't want them to meet people. Mr. Speaker, I like the wording of this clause and the use of the word shall, because then any parent who does not make it possible for children with special needs to access education, then is liable to a fine which is stipulated in the clause. Mr. Speaker, I want to go to Article 21, Clause 21, sorry, which actually should be read together with Clause 6, on the obligation that this bill puts on the county education boards on the examination and registration of children with special needs that need to be enrolled in schools and that are already in schools, so that then, for purposes of planning, it will be easier to know what facilities need to be made available to these children. The Speaker, Clause 23, on the establishment of Special Needs Education Advisory Board, I want to call upon the promoters of this bill to consider Mwalimu maybe refining that clause and properly defining the qualifications of the people to sit at this board. The Speaker, Clause 23(2) tries to define those qualifications, but in very general terms. I think it will be important to define the proper qualifications of the people that should sit on this advisory board, because it is these people that will cause policy shifts and serious government decisions on the education of children with special needs. So I would request, maybe in that reading, that the sponsors of the bill may consider refining the qualifications for the persons that should sit on the advisory board. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that, Mr. Speaker, there is a problem with the training of teachers for special education needs children. That training is accessible to a very insignificant, very small percentage of teachers in this country. And that the teachers that have had the privilege of going through the Kenya Institute of Special Education, then they are so few that they cannot be really effective. Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that the promoters of this bill may also consider a clause that makes it mandatory to integrate special needs education in the curriculum for training of teachers in teachers training institutions. So that then we begin the process of making every public school an integrated unit for special needs children. Mr. Speaker, this bill, in a nutshell, seeks to remove the barriers and substitute those barriers with enablers for greater access to education for our children with special needs. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I fully support. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Wambua. Senator Mugatana Danson Buya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill. I want to say a few words, Mr. Speaker. There is an old man who had a child back home in Tana River County. And this child was not able to walk, so he was using crutches. No, he was using a wheelchair. So the question that he was asked is, why is it that you want him to go to a school where everybody is going to school and not to the nearby school where there are other children who have various forms of disabilities? Mr. Speaker, the old man gave a very wise answer, which speaks to this bill, that this child is not going to live in a world where he will be surrounded by people with disability. So he has to live and integrate in a school system that makes him get used to living with people who are differently abled and also with people who have full body functions, because that's the world that he's going to live in when he grows up. Mr. Speaker, this small illustration speaks to the fact that there is really serious need for county governments and national government to make special allocations for infrastructure improvement for children with different disabilities. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill because it starts attesting or attempts to solve some of the problems that are affecting children who are differently abled. But Mr. Speaker, there is another problem, and I wish this bill would insert that clause somewhere. Because this same old man said, although it was his wish that this child will continue to live and to go to school in the same school until he finishes primary school, children of his age kept on laughing at him and mocking him whenever he's going to the school latrine and wondering how he was going to help himself when the need arises. So the father started providing diapers, but over time, the psychological damage on this child affected him to the point that he had to drop out of school, and the parents had to look for a different way to get him educated. And this speaks to one of the gaps that exists in this bill. This is awareness that there needs to be a clause that will force in the curriculum of education from a very early age, that children are taught that there are others who are not like you. They don't have all the functions with you, with them, and they are still children like you, and they are going to your school, and you need to accept them. Mr. Speaker, it took a long time before the 1/3 gender rule was accepted. It took a long time before even the issue of PWDs was accepted and mainstreamed. Mr. Speaker, it would be a very important addition if this, what I call education curriculum, can be enriched to include the awareness of children at an early age, to be told that you need to know that there are others who are not like you. Because then they will accept those who have difficulties in school. And Mr. Speaker, it would be useful if it finds a way in this bill. Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to say that children with disabilities, they come in different formats. It's not just physical. And the bill does not seem also to, which is another gap that I hope the promoters will look at, and I know Professor is a very thorough person, so she's writing down, that these children, Mr. Speaker, it's not just a physical disability. There are those who have ADHD, there are those who have CP, there are those who have problems, even just, intellectual quotient, which is very low. And there are those who just lose their motor skills. Mr. Speaker, they become vulnerable. So the gap I see in this bill is there is no special provision for protection of these children. Mr. Speaker, already we know that children, even normal children, have been taken advantage of by predators. But this becomes doubly serious with children who have various deficiencies, and they cannot even talk or even defend themselves or even say anything about what has happened to them. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to have a clause or a provision that creates that extra responsibility. Not just parents to take these children to school and leave it there, but that extra responsibility given to those caregivers who receive these children and spend the day with them. That this bill should give special protection to these children so that they are not taken advantage of when they are brought to those learning areas. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy with the Honorable Senator Kamar and Senator Christo for the work they have put in this bill. And I really want to encourage them to keep going. We shall support them all the end. And I hope they will listen to all the ideas which are being proposed here so that they can move the necessary amendments when the bill comes to the committee of the whole. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Senator Siango Kalunda Beth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this bill by Senator Christo Asige and Professor Margaret Kamal. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to start by talking of disability and culture. We know in Kenya that there are some communities that believe in their culture that if they give birth to a child with a disability, it is a curse, maybe it becomes a taboo, and they end up hiding their children in the houses. They lock them up. They don't want people to know that they have children with a disability.
These children are not taken to school, but this bill has come to save the lives of these children, because people with a disability are also human beings who have brains, and some are very brilliant. And we have an example here in a Senator VIP. And Mr. Speaker, sir, people have been very insensitive to learners with disability. And sometimes even the comments we make, the way we treat them, the way we even live at home, and the speakers who have spoken before me have also alluded to that fact that buildings and institutions that are not sensitive to people living with disability, and this makes people with disability not even to access where other people are seated or where they are transacting business. It is important that the bill has also touched on the responsibilities of the counties, and it is important to know that counties should register children within their counties with disabilities, and also conduct assessment, and to have assessment tools that will enable them to ascertain the degree of disability of any nature. Mr. Speaker, it is important the bill is also touching on the TVET institutions that must be resourced to handle learners with disabilities. TVET institutions being tertiary colleges and those institutions is very important, that learners with disability, when they are through with their elementary education or O-level, that ordinary levels, they can also move on to be trained according to their trades and their talents and their ability, depending on the type of disability that they have. Mr. Speaker, sometimes I'm perturbed to see the scenes in Nairobi streets, where you find along a street, there are so many children and even grown-ups with disability lined up to beg in the streets. And it is interesting, it's a scenario that sometimes during the day you see them, but in the evening they are picked. And at one point I asked, where do they come from? So many people with a disability lined up in the streets in Nairobi, but they don't sleep in the streets. They are picked in the evening. Is it a cartel? Is it an arrangement where children with a disability are not taken to school, but somebody is taking advantage of them? They are being used to beg, collect money, and then in the evening they take that money to an individual. Could it be true? I don't know. But to me, Mr. Speaker, it's like misusing children with a disability. And instead of them being taken to school, they are used to beg in the streets, and the money they collect, they are not even supposed to use that money, but it goes to a pocket of an individual. Mr. Speaker, disability is not inability. And this bill is very important, that it will give learners in this nation a chance to learn. Children with disability, learners with disability, to advance their lives the way they are gifted. Some are very talented, very bright learners, and they can also make it to presidency. I look forward to seeing one day that we will have a president with a disability, where everybody will accept and support them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Senator Rita Julius Mulgor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also add my voice to those of my colleagues. This bill I support because of the importance that it plays in the lives of those that are living with disability. In the past, Mr. Speaker, and even current, there are some cultures that treat a child born with disability as a bad omen, a bad luck, and also breaking of a taboo. And therefore, such a child is left to live in a situation that is really terrible in some homes. And so this bill will help in the education of these children to help them be treated equally, if not even better, because of the fact that they need extra help. It will help on the training of those that help these children or people living with disability. And so it also creates a future for them because when they get educated, they will depend on themselves because they will be going through schools like any other child. And therefore, they create a future for themselves, unlike what it is in the past, such that there is no future for such a child that is living with disability. And this will also make the county governments responsible for these people living with disability and have also census or record as to how many people are in that county that are living with disability. And then also have the kind of disability to be known in records of the county, whether it is physical or any other way of disability. So it makes the county government responsible in helping recognizing these people and then helping and finding ways of being able to help them. And then also create ways of them accessing facilities such as classrooms and even somebody mentioned toilets so that they are able to help themselves when the need arises. And so I support.
Thank you very much, Senator Richa. There being no other senator interested in contributing, I call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the members who have contributed in a record 1 hour. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Senator Manso, Dan, Senator Muma, Senator Cherargei, Senator Sefuna, Senator Abdirahman, Senator Wambua Kio, Senator Mungatana, Senator Shiengo, and Senator Murko. I thank all of them for very, very informative presentations that they have made. I want to assure members that we'll take note of every comment that they have given. I don't want to outline each one of them. Some of them are in the bill. And I want to assure members also that the Committee of Education finished going through this bill, and Senator Nyotu, the chair of the Education Committee, will be tabling the report just before we go to the third reading, the committee stage of this bill. So we'll be able to add more. We have already amendments that have come from the public participation, Mr. Speaker. So we have amendments from public participation, we have amendments from the committee, and the amendments that we'll be introducing from these members. This was really very enriching, and I want to thank members for that. May I recognize in a very special way Senator Musuruve, who was a senator in the last Senate, who actually co-sponsored the bill with me. And that's what motivated me to want to co-sponsor it with Senator Sige, because of the insight of what they know about this area, which is sometimes more than what we do. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be read a second time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Professor, I believe you were replying to. And yes, okay, fine.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I've been sitting on that chair of yours until I seem to be talking on your behalf. I beg to reply and to beg that we defer the putting of the question until the next time. Thank you.
Honorable members, we will defer the putting of the question to tomorrow. What is your point of order, Senator Sifuna?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 159, I rise to withdraw the office of a county printer bill, the Senate Bills number 10 of 2022, which is appearing in our order paper today, number 14.
Clerk, take note that is order number 14, the office of the county printer bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2022. Senator Sifuna, that is noted, and the same is deemed withdrawn. And that is order number 14. Order number 13, the county licensing uniform procedure bills, Senate number 9 of 2022 is deferred, courtesy of a request by the mover of that particular bill. Clerk, next order.
Order number 15, the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Services Bill, Senate Bills number 12 of 2022, second reading.
Senator Maureen Tabitha Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And pursuant to Standing Order 146.1 of the Senate, I do request for second reading for the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Services Bill number 2022. Mr. Speaker, I do beg that the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Services Bill be read a second time. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me first begin by thanking the Agricultural Committee and Livestock for carrying out a public participation on this bill. I want also to thank the Clerk of the Senate and the Speaker of the Senate for facilitating the development and publication of this particular bill, Mr. Speaker. I do proceed, Mr. Speaker, to state that the principal objective of this bill is to provide for development and provision of agricultural and livestock extension services. Currently, there is no legislation, Mr. Speaker, exclusively providing for this important aspect in the agricultural and livestock sector.
Senator Mutinda, honorable senators, it is now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. You will resume, Senator Mutinda, you've got a balance of 59 minutes in the next sitting, and therefore the Senate stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 14 June 2023 at 9:30 a.m.